Topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast, a second resolution condemning hate gets knocked down by the Baltimore City Council. Coming up, the fiery debate at City Hall. And light rail service temporarily suspended today in Baltimore. Coming up, the concerns from riders and the alternate routes for the day.
Temperatures are cold right now, but we've got some warmer numbers on the way, and we're tracking our weekend rain.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you on this Friday, December 8th. I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's go ahead and get a check of your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with what we're working with this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. On a Purple Friday here, we're talking about temperatures that are cold right now. We'll take you outside here. Overall, most of those clouds have moved on, and that moon rising in the east as we speak. Over in Towson, looking pretty good right there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Temps are below freezing in Cockeysville and Towson, right at 34 in Baltimore City and Dundalk, 34 as well in Brooklyn Park. So you'll definitely need a jacket as you head out, and make sure you got those sunglasses as well for today on your out the door cast. That's because we will have more of that sunshine throughout the later part of the day, and then those warmer temperatures as well. So getting out on your morning drive, we are talking about temperatures that will stay mainly in the 30s. Average high for this time of year is 50 degrees. We're actually going to be above average later this afternoon. We'll break that down for you coming up in just a few.
All right, sounds good.
December 8th, service on our light rail system will be suspended. We recognize that this is a critical transit service, and this is not a decision that we've taken lightly.
Today, light rail service will be temporarily suspended here in Baltimore. The MTA announced the closure yesterday, saying light rail does not Ravens game forecast. And as we head to the break here, let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Looking on those Baltimore regional cameras, everything looking smooth. Your time right now is 4:36. It's Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Our Towson cam right now is mainly clear at this time. And as we get out and about, we're going to see those temperatures that are cold this morning, but will continue to climb as we head into the afternoon. We'll have a closer look at that full forecast for you coming up.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Justin. Making headlines this morning, a Texas judge grants a pregnant woman the right to get an abortion, despite the state's ban on the procedure. In a rare challenge, 31-year-old Kate Cox requested an emergency court order to allow her to terminate her pregnancy. She's 20 weeks pregnant, and her doctors say her fetus has a fatal diagnosis. Giving birth could jeopardize her fertility. It's unclear how quickly Cox will be allowed to get the abortion, but the decision is likely to be appealed by the state. Meanwhile, the Texas Attorney General is sending a message to any hospitals or doctors willing to provide 31-year-old Kate Cox an abortion. You will face first-degree felony charges. Ken Paxton says the judge's order granting permission to Cox to get the procedure, quote, will not insulate hospitals, doctors, or anyone else from civil and criminal liability for violating Texas's abortion laws. He argues the judge's order fails to establish that Cox qualifies for a medical exception to the abortion ban. Well, a new report card is ranking countries around the world on their human rights practices, and the U.S. receiving a D. That's according to the University of Rhode Island's Global Rights Project. It graded countries on 25 human rights, like the freedom of speech or the absence of child labor. The report found that the more democratic the country, the less violations it has. The top grade went to Finland, and Iran ranked dead last with a 0. The U.S., however, came in at 59, and researchers say this is due to repeated violations in both labor and women's rights. Well, the polls are in, and they claim Ron DeSantis no longer holds the second spot behind former President Donald Trump in the race for the White House. Still to come, who took the spot following the final GOP debate.
Merry Christmas, and what's your health history? I'm Liz Bonus. Why public health advocates say this season is a perfect time to talk about it.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat this morning on the National Desk. It is the season of giving, but what about government giveaways using your taxpayer dollars? We open the books on wasteful government spending this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And of course, you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. But you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. A health alert for you this morning. The list of cantaloupe recalls continues to grow due to a deadly salmonella outbreak. Now the warning from the CDC, do not eat pre-cut cantaloupe. The outbreak has killed 8 people in 3 states here in the U.S., 5 in Canada, and dozens more in both countries have become sick. Many of those who've gotten sick from the cantaloupe report eating pre-cut cantaloupe in clamshell packages and trays sold in stores. The CDC is urging consumers not to buy, not to eat, or to serve cantaloupe if they don't know the source. They also recommend washing anything that has touched the recall fruit. Elsewhere in your health headlines, public health specialists are asking anyone to make a different kind of list this holiday season, a health history checklist. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains why.
Hey there, everybody. When you gather around the Christmas tree this year, it is a great time to give the gift of good health to the whole family. Public health specialists say talking about your family's health history can help save lives.
It's not the usual conversation we toast to at the holidays, but Renee Mahaffey-Harris of the Center for Closing the Health Gap says,
the more we know about our family history, the greater likelihood that we are going to be able to take preventative steps sooner rather than later.
And those preventative steps change outcomes for long-term illnesses such as heart disease that build up over time. You need to go back at least 3 generations, if possible, she says, to really learn your risks. And here's why.
Within the Black community in particular, Black people in particular, from a disease perspective, we're seeing onsets of diseases that are normally showing up in your older ages, under the age of 50.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has this family health history checklist if you need a guide to help this conversation. Step 1 tells you who to talk to in your family if possible. Step 2 tells you which chronic illnesses to ask about. Step 3 provides a tool from the Surgeon General to create a family health portrait. And Step 4 tells you who might also benefit from you sharing your information, especially younger family members.
You see earlier onsets of type 2 diabetes. You're seeing an alarming statistic of increased percentages of young people under the age of 18 being diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, as well as hypertension.
Finally, the CDC recommends you act on what you learn. Your primary care doctor can help you with the next steps, and we have this checklist for you inside this story online. With your health news, I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus reporting.
Well, today we're going to see more sun and mild temperatures, but our Weather Authority team is tracking the next weather maker, taking you live to the Inner Harbor and Towson on your right as we track when that next system will roll through with our Weather Authority radar, which is on your left. Right now, all but calm conditions are going to change by Sunday. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. The big question is, how is the Ravens game going to be impacted?
Well, wet. We've been talking about that all week, Taylor. So we just have to kind of plan ahead and know if you're going to be out there for the game that you are going to see that wet weather. The good news is the heaviest rain and the strongest part of the storm that's coming in will be on Sunday night. So hopefully all of us will be back home and all bundled up for the evening. A cold Friday morning, sunny and warmer for the afternoon. Finally, some sunshine for today. And then we are tracking that rain coming in on Sunday. So looking out over the downtown Baltimore region right now, over the Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, 34 is your current temperature. No real wind to speak of at this time. Finally seeing some of the stars this morning and the moon that's rising out there in the east as well. Overall, in your Rise and Shinecast, temperature staying in the 30s for the next few hours. Sun comes up at 7:13 and goes to bed tonight at 4:44. We'll be able to see that sunrise and show it to you here live and local on Fox 45 News. So here's a look at our high temps. Temperatures in the low to mid 50s. Reisterstown, Cockeysville over to Towson, Perry Hall and White Marsh at 54. Same number in Eldersburg, 53 in Dundalk for you this afternoon. Numbers in Howard and Arundel counties will also be in the mid 50s. Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, 53 in Annapolis for your high today. And Eastern Shore, my friends, there you're going to see Rock Hall and Centerville, 55 in Chestertown, 56 in Centerville down through Easton and Talbot County as well. Now our temperature track tracker, you can see these numbers are above average today and tomorrow, and especially on Sunday. So even with the rain, we've got really warm air that is coming in ahead of that big cold front. And then the cold front, well, dropping our temperatures right as we get into Monday and Tuesday of next week. We're right back to the cold. So here's our future scan. Dry today. Look at that. Nice sunny skies. We'll get a few more clouds rolling in on Saturday, kind of ahead of that next system. But overall, our temperatures are still staying mild. And then Sunday, this is how things shape up. So this is about 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. You'll start to see a few showers develop from west to east. And then right as we get to about game time at 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, that's when we'll see those rain showers continue to develop. So kind of a steady rain. The wind also will be a factor potentially. So we're going to see that wind pick up on Sunday afternoon. The heaviest rain is right when this cold front is going to be passing through about 8 o'clock on Sunday night. Could bring some pretty decent rainfall totals here, and that's going to stay with us through midnight, possibly even a thunderstorm or two. And then on the backside of the system, here comes that colder air. So we'll see some snow showers that'll develop in western Maryland, but potentially even a few snow showers right here at home before this system leaves and moves out of the region. Behind that, the breezy and cooler conditions or colder temperatures will be with us. So here's that 7-day forecast. Mid to upper 50s today and tomorrow, 64 on Sunday, but only 40s for Monday and Tuesday. Breezy and cooler to kick off your new week. All right, now let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. A lot of issues out there today. Mark, what's going on?
Yes. Big news, of course. MDOT MTA has temporarily suspended light rail service at all stops in order to perform emergency inspections. Shuttle buses are in place, though, providing service along the light rail line. Be aware of that. Again, service on light rail temporarily suspended, and that's for all stops in order to perform emergency inspections. Shuttle buses are in place out there. If your ride is on Metro, you'll find on-time service there from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And on the MARC train system, no major delays or issues. Looking good for the commute start there. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
I'm Christine Frizzell in Washington, where there are new worries about the sales of electric vehicles and the infrastructure meant to support them.
And today, light rail service will be temporarily suspended in Baltimore. Coming up, how a fire happening months ago caused this suspension. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. This morning, we're following new details out of New York, taking you live there as former President Donald Trump praises testimony from an accounting professor in his civil fraud trial, departing from the courtroom.
The loans were paid back in full. There was no problem with the loans. The bank was very happy. They testified. Everything was perfect. And it's a disgrace that this case goes forward, and it shouldn't go forward.
A New York University accounting professor argues there is no evidence whatsoever that the former president's financial statements were fraudulently inflated. Trump says this backs up his claim that the case is baseless. Still, the judge has already ruled that Trump and his executives, including his eldest son, engaged in fraud. The verdict of this trial will determine whether Trump can keep doing business in New York and whether he has to pay more than $300 million in penalties. He's set to testify in his own defense on Monday. Turning now to the new details in our nation's capital, beginning with President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. He's now facing 9 federal tax-related charges, including 3 felony counts. Prosecutors say the indictment Biden failed to pay at least $1.4 million in federal income taxes between 2016 and 2019. If convicted, a special counsel, David Weiss, says the president's son could face a maximum of 17 years in prison. The new charges come just over 2 months after Biden pleaded not guilty to 3 federal firearm charges, which accuse him of lying about his drug use in 2018 in order to purchase that gun. Well, this morning, new concerns are growing that the move to electrify America is not in line with America's infrastructure. That push has been central to the Biden administration, which just issued a new rule on methane emissions. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has the fallout.
Sales of electric vehicles this year already in record-breaking territory, with more than 1 million sold.
And then as you drive over it, you lose.
In Detroit, a quarter-mile stretch just became the first public electrified roadway in North America.
We're going to use this as a springboard to learn and understand how things work, but ultimately, how can we scale this up?
The push has been central to the Biden administration, with the Inflation Reduction Act including $7.5 billion to build new EV charging stations.
We're going to put IBEW members and other union members to work installing a national network of charging stations along our roads and highways in our communities, over 500,000.
But 2 years later, those tasked with building those charging stations say it's slow going.
In the last 2 years, how many charging stations have actually been built?
0.
Charging manufacturer Arkady Sosanoff blames the federal government for the delays on projects that already take 1 to 3 years and require an immense amount of power.
Just to give you a sense, one vehicle charging in the parking lot will use as much power as an entire Walmart.
The Biden administration's goal of making 2/3 of new passenger cars all electric by 2032 also unlikely, experts say.
The regulation is way ahead of the public. The American public is not ready for the broad adoption of electric vehicles.
Indeed, the big 3 automakers have complained of major losses in revenue. Ford alone reporting losing $3 billion on sales of electric vehicles. And nearly 4,000 car dealers just sent a letter to President Biden writing, the large influx of battery electric vehicles are, quote, stacking up on our lots. But hybrid cars, which combine a gasoline engine with battery power, have been flying off the lots, with a reported 48% jump in sales in the first 3 quarters of the year. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you support the Biden administration's plan to phase out fossil fuels? So far, 97% of people who have voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Just click on the Pulse tab. Now taking you live to the White House as the race for president continues. New polls show Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley moving to second after this debate. A Wall Street Journal poll places the former UN ambassador at 15%, passing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' 14%. But former President Donald Trump continues to dominate the vote with 59%. Last week, Haley won the endorsement of conservative billionaire Charles Knock and his foundation, Americans for Prosperity Action.
A fiery debate and controversial vote leaves city council members at odds. Straight ahead, why a second resolution stemming from the Israel-Hamas war failed to pass.
Starting today, the light rail service in Baltimore is suspended. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what happened and the alternate transportation that's now being offered.
Our temperature's cold this morning, but guess what? We're going to be warmer by the afternoon, and we're tracking that weekend rain. We'll talk more about it coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
5 o'clock on a Friday morning, December 8th. I'm Tom Rogers. Thanks for waking up with us.
Good morning to you. I'm Taylor Stewart. It's a Purple Friday.
It is a Purple Friday, that's right. And this Sunday, it looks like it's going to be a wet purple Sunday.
Yeah, it might be. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with your forecast.
Lots of rain is on the way, guys, as we get into the weekend. And yeah, that's coming right as we're all going to be at least at the game or watching the game here on Fox 45. Right now, looking out over downtown Baltimore, we do have some steam that is rising right there from the Domino Sugar plant. And overall, not too bad. In fact, we actually see those clouds that have moved on finally. Our temperatures statewide, we actually are in the 40s in Western Maryland, but most of us here in Central Maryland in the 30s. 32 in Bel Air, 36 in Westminster, 33 currently in Baltimore City. So the weather story looks like this. A cold Friday morning, sunny and warmer for the afternoon, and we are tracking that rain coming in on Sunday. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bose says we're good to go. Just get those heaters going, definitely, maybe even a little scrape on the window because temps are in the 30s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
December 8th, service on our light rail system will be suspended. We recognize that this is a critical transit service, and this is not a decision that we've taken lightly.
Today, the light rail service will be temporarily suspended in Baltimore, and now commuters are voicing concerns over how they're going to get to and from work.
That's right. Olivia Dans joins us now with a look at how light rail is coming under fire. That fire that happened months ago is now halting transportation today. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, that's exactly right. Today is the first day that the light rail service is suspended, and it's still unknown how long it will be shut down, impacting people trying to get to work today, and then also fans going to the Ravens game on Sunday who would usually get off at this Hamburg Street station right here, which you can see is just next to the stadium. Now, in the past 4 months, administrators say that heavy smoke consumed 3 light rail vehicles, and then in October, another vehicle exploded in fire. Administrators admit that previous inspections did not identify the scope of the problem, and during this shutdown, the MTA will inspect all 53 of its light rail vehicles.
We've done some visual inspections and have determined over the weekend that, again, it's a more systemic issue than what we thought, and that's where we need to pull the cars from service so we can inspect all the rail cars as quickly as possible.
News of the shutdown broke just hours after transportation officials announced $3.3 billion in budget cuts over the next 5 years. Senator Corey McCray questioning the cuts in a statement that reads in part, quote, "This news further exacerbates the fact that we need to invest more in our public transit system due to failing infrastructure instead of taking away from it. I question why an issue that transportation officials classified as a known problem was not caught much earlier and resolved during a routine inspection," end quote. Now, many longtime riders are also reacting, some hardly surprised by the problems with this 30-year-old fleet.
Somebody's not doing their job. I mean, that it get this raggy.
I mean, every month, train breaking down, trees and stuff falling on the tracks, and all that kind of stuff. And people getting tired of it.
This is major. This is major. It's going to stop a lot of people from going to any job.
Also, starting today, the MTA will offer free shuttle buses along the light rail route here. And they do admit, though, that it will take a lot longer to get to your destination than the train. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. The Department of Transportation is facing budget cuts. This comes as Maryland faces an impending budget deficit. A report released this summer predicts Maryland will have a $1.8 billion deficit by 2028.
Now, in a speech before Maryland County leaders, the governor addressed the budget cuts, saying the state has to make some hard choices to deal with the budget gap he says his administration did not create. However, former Governor Larry Hogan left the state with a budget surplus. And when the deficit was announced back in July, he tweeted this, saying, quote, I'm saddened to see Maryland return to its crushing deficit. In 8 years, we turned a record deficit into a record surplus. The former governor says Maryland can do it again with fiscal responsibility. Others say the budget gap has to do with the administration's spending.
Governor Moore came into office. He made a lot of campaign promises, which meant spend a lot of money in a lot of targeted areas. Well, this year, the General Assembly did that stuff.
Let's take a look at the timeline of the deficit that was outlined in the report from the Department of Legislative Services. And you can see here, by the end of 2025, we are going to show the state will have a $418 million deficit. In 2026, it grows to $572 million in the deficit there. 2027, a $328 million deficit. Then by 2028, it skyrockets to more than $1.8 billion. Stay right here with Fox 45 News. We'll continue to follow your tax dollars and hold state leaders accountable for their spending.
I don't think I've ever seen us divided like this.
Baltimore City Council members are at odds after members vote no again on a resolution condemning hate stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. This comes 3 days after a failed vote on a different resolution to support Israel. Well, these are the 4 members that abstained from that vote, saying the council needs to condemn all forms of hate, not just anti-Semitism.
Well, those members brought their own resolution to the table last night, condemning atrocities from both sides, but it wasn't enough. And once again, the council failed to pass the resolution. Shannon Lilly is joining us live in studio with a closer look at the fiery debate at City Hall. Shannon?
Yeah, these were some tense moments, Tom, that were witnessed at that city council meeting. And now council members are just trying to move forward, going about the business of the city, seemingly, though, with a wedge between them. One council member, Felicia Porter, was visibly emotional after saying her life was actually threatened after voting against the initial resolution earlier this week. She and the other council members who abstained from voting on that resolution Monday night brought forward a new resolution with a different message condemning both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
We will not be silent. There have been many people in the city of Baltimore that have experienced hate, Jewish and also Islamic.
This resolution says to release hostages that are being held in Israel. I've never heard that before. The first time I've ever seen that was in this resolution.
So Councilman Schleifer there pointing out, quote, factual errors in this new resolution. He sponsored the initial bill, which called to condemn the Hamas terrorist attack and anti-Semitism. In the end, both his bill and this new resolution were struck down. Last night's vote, 7-5 against it. And then this from Council President Nick Mosby.
It's disgraceful that we're having this discussion today. We could have easily done like we've done before, supported our colleague, and come back and had unanimous support for some of the concerns that have been addressed today. And if my family member was in the Middle East or in the middle of East Baltimore, I would want you to stand up with me. That's why I voted yes, and that's why I'm voting no on this. This is not who we are.
A rare publicly seen admonishment of some council members over their actions. Now council members are just trying to move forward. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Taylor?
Well, after last night's vote, Councilman Scheifler spoke with Fox 45 News. He called the whole ordeal surrounding these resolutions disappointing.
We never believed that that would be controversial. I mean, the Jewish community has always stood alongside other communities fighting hate anytime it's appeared anywhere. And we're going to continue to do so, but it is very painful and hurtful that the first resolution that's ever failed on the city council was one that was as simple as condemning anti-Semitism and condemning terrorism.
Stay right here with Fox 45 News as we follow this developing story. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Yet another shocking carjacking caught on camera. Still to come in our next half hour, the frustration from residents waiting on lawmakers to deal with the ongoing issue.
Temps are definitely cold this morning, but we have a warmer afternoon ahead of us and a couple of nice days. We'll talk about all that in your full forecast in a few. Just about 5:12 as we track the next weather maker. That's going to be a big rain maker coming in on Sunday. As of right now, it's cold. 31 Essex, Middle River, 33 in Dundalk, 33 as well in Brooklyn Park. But actually, these temperatures are a few degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. We were in the 20s for most of us yesterday morning at this time. So overall, still definitely need a jacket when you step out this morning, and have those sunglasses ready to go, because we'll finally see that sun today and get those clouds out of here. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Make sure to layer up. Numbers staying in the 30s for the next few hours.
Well, 5:12 and still to come this morning on Fox 45's Early Edition. The Ravens taking on the Rams at M&T Bank Stadium this Sunday. But you can also watch right here on Fox 45. Coming up, where else you can catch them as we near the end of the NFL season.
And this morning on Fox 45, our countdown to Christmas giveaway continues. Wait for your cue to call in, which is not quite yet, but keep watching for your chance to win a gift. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.15 and this weekend, Fox 45 has you covered for all things sports, starting with college basketball tomorrow at 11:30. Syracuse taking on Georgetown right in our nation's capital. Then 1:30, watch Alabama and Purdue go head-to-head. At 7, UCLA will be traveling to Tennessee to take on Villanova. To round out the night in terms of college basketball, Notre Dame and Marquette will be facing off at 9.
And in the middle of all that college basketball, you can watch the Major League Soccer Annual Championship right here on Fox 45. Los Angeles FC and Columbia's Crew will be going head-to-head at 4 p.m.
Then Sunday, Ravens and Rams will be playing right here in Baltimore. If you are not going to that game, you can watch all the action right here on Fox 45. Pre-game coverage begins at 11. Kickoff follows at 1. This is Baltimore's first game in 2 weeks. We all know that, since last week was a bye.
Well, look, some fans are concerned because quarterback Lamar Jackson was not at practice for the first time this season. We now know the QB is dealing with an illness, not an injury.
Well, 5:16 is the time. We want to find out exactly, well, the weekend's here. It is Friday. It's going to be chilly, but what happens Sunday?
That's the big question here. I mean, everyone's been kind of catching this flu or cold-like thing that's going around. Lamar Jackson, too, is ill, too, so I'm hoping that he's get on the field, even though it's going to be kind of slick.
You'd think he's going to play. I mean,
I hope, yeah.
Yeah.
They've got drugs.
Yeah. NyQuil.
Yeah.
Cool.
NyQuil.
Some NyQuil, yeah. We could, well, we don't want. He'll need Dayquil.
Very true.
Yeah, because NyQuil's going to put him to
Very
sleep. We
true.
want Dayquil to make sure he's
wanting
playing.
to have NyQuil.
So a lot of tough games. I mean, we got a 5-game stretch here, and none of these teams are just roll over. I know the Steelers lost last night, which I'm sure a lot of people here are excited about. But overall, our Towson Cam, good morning to you. You heard the animation. It's the next weather maker that we're tracking, but we're still a couple of days away from it. So we've got today and tomorrow to have some very nice afternoons. Towson looking good at this time from our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam. 33 your number right now in Towson. No wind to speak of at this time, but those temperatures are definitely on the colder side. So as the kids get out to school, beep, beep, and dressed up in all of their Ravens gear for Purple Friday, numbers will be in the 30s through 7 a.m. Lower 50s by noontime, and we'll be in those mid to upper 50s for the afternoon. So mild conditions for today. Golfers finally can get out there and maybe get some sunshine as you try to play a round of golf. Some frost delays this morning, but lower 50s by noon and even the mid to upper 50s for a lot of us later today. Now, typically this time of year, we're about 50 degrees. So notice our numbers today are going to slide back into the above average category. Mid 50s for Chestertown, Stevensville at 53, right about 52 in Annapolis, and we'll be at 57 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Same number in D.C. and even warmer in Richmond, Roanoke at 63 today, but colder to the northeast. So if you're heading up to New York or Philly, you'll see those numbers a little bit on the colder side. Temperature trend tomorrow and Sunday will be in the 50s and even 60s, but by Monday and Tuesday of next week, we're right back into the 40s, and we'll see that colder air return. Here's a look at our future scan. So overall, Friday afternoon looking great. We'll finally see that sun. The southerly wind will help to bring in the warmer air. That's going to continue on Saturday, even though we'll get a little bit more cloud cover on Saturday afternoon ahead of the next weather maker. And that's right there, that area of low pressure along with that cold front that's getting some steam over the central plains. That's what we're moving in by Sunday morning, 9-10 o'clock. You'll see that wind pick up, and then those showers, unfortunately, right at game time. That's when we're going to see that rain really start to begin, and we'll stay steady through most of the game. But the heaviest rain is coming about 8 o'clock on Sunday night and will continue into about midnight in the overnight hours before moving out of here. And the backside of that will be seeing the potential for some snow showers with that colder air trying to mix in. So overall, very dynamic system that we're tracking with our next weather maker. There's Steve, the dancing snowman. 13 days until the winter solstice officially. We're now 17 days until Christmas, 18 until Kwanzaa, and New Year's Eve in just 23 days from right now. Now we have MLK Day on there in mid-January, 38 days away. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. We'll keep those 50s and 60s for the weekend, but then we're right back to the 40s. Breezy and cooler on Monday, but we do stay dry through the middle of next week.
All right, thanks, Justin. Let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Our live Baltimore regional cameras looking very smooth this hour, 5:20. For a check of mass transit, let's go to Mark Jones with the MTA. A lot of things going on out there. Mark, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. MDOT-MTA has temporarily suspended light rail service at all stops in order to perform emergency inspections. Shuttle buses are in place providing service on light rail. Allow time for travel out there having to deal with those buses. Out there on Metro Subway, you'll find on-time service, no delays or issues. The MARC train system showing Penn Train 505 and Camden 841, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Now to a health alert for your morning. Over the last week, the list of cantaloupe recalls continues to grow due to a salmonella outbreak. Now, the CDC is warning not to eat pre-cut cantaloupe. The outbreak tied to tainted cantaloupe has now killed 8 people. 3 in the United States, 5 in Canada, and a dozen more in both those countries have become sick. Many of those who became sick reported eating pre-cut cantaloupe in clamshell packages and trays sold in stores. The CDC is urging consumers not to buy, eat, or serve any cantaloupe if they do not know the source. They recommend washing anything that has touched the recalled fruit.
The Alaska Airlines pilot accused of trying to disable a plane's engine during a flight back in court. Why he was released from custody and the rules he now has to follow.
Plus, we have more information surrounding the deadly shooting at UNLV. After the break, how the shooter is said to have ties to the University of North Carolina as well as UNLV. 5:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We are all local all morning.
All right, now to a few updates for you this morning, starting in New York.
A hate crime investigation underway after police say a 28-year-old man fired shots outside of a Jewish house of worship in Albany.
Investigators say he fired 2 shots from the steps outside of a Temple Israel Thursday afternoon. No one was hurt, but witnesses say to police the suspect made comments like "Free Palestine." He's now in custody. The FBI is on this case, and he faces state charges and possible federal charges. The incident happened just hours before the beginning of Hanukkah. Meanwhile, in Las Vegas this morning, we're learning the 3 people killed in the Las Vegas mass shooting were faculty members at UNLV, where the shooting took place. A 4th person is still in critical condition.
This morning, we are learning more about the shooter, the alleged shooter. He was a professor at East Carolina University and applied to teach at UNLV, but was rejected. Investigators say the suspect had a list of targets at East Carolina and UNLV. They say he planned this attack for months. Before the shooting, police say the shooter mailed 22 letters to professors across the U.S., but the content of those letters has not yet been released, except one was found with talcum powder in it. All 22 letters that were mailed out did not make it to their targets.
Well, leaders in Vegas say something needs to be done to address gun violence.
The fear that permeated every one of those children, every one of those professors. It's a very difficult time, and it's time for us, as the adults, enough. It is enough.
The Biden administration says it's closely monitoring the shooting. President Biden was already scheduled to be in Las Vegas today for remarks. He's expected to discuss the incident.
Now to an update on the Alaska Airlines pilot accused of trying to disable a plane's engines before and during the flight. Yesterday, he was back in court in Oregon. A county judge allowing Joseph Emerson to be released from custody with conditions. He must not have any controlled substances, as well as no contact with any operable aircraft. Wednesday, a federal judge, also granted Emerson his conditional release from custody. Emerson told investigators at the time of the alleged incident, October 22nd, he had consumed magic mushrooms 48 hours earlier and had not slept for about 40 hours.
Data shows that car thefts are on the rise. Coming up next, we'll look at newly obtained surveillance video that shows just how fast someone can become the victim of a carjacking.
And today we're going to see some more sunshine and mild temperatures. Our Fox 45 Weather Authority team is tracking that next weather maker when it rolls through. That's just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you on this Friday, December 8th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
And I'm Tom Rogers. Purple Friday, and it's going to be a wet Sunday.
It is certainly. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers to see when we can expect the rain to roll
That's right.
through.
If you don't want to have to deal with any of that, you can just watch the game from the comfort of your own home with us right here at Fox 45. Yeah, so that's what we're going to be talking about. Obviously, most of the day today is tracking that next weather maker as we are zoomed in to M&T Bank Stadium. Got the lights all lit up and ready to go for the game and for whatever else is going on. A cold Friday morning is what we're talking about. Sunny and warmer, though, as we head toward the afternoon. Finally, we'll see the sun later today. But yeah, we are tracking that rain on Sunday. On your morning drive, temperatures hanging in the 30s through most of the morning. By 9 a.m., we should get to the lower 40s, and we're on our way to highs in the mid to upper 50s here both today and tomorrow. But notice on Sunday, we actually get to the 60s, even though we have to deal with the rain. So it'll be a mild rain as well as opposed to a cold December rain. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad at all right now. On your Len Stoller traffic network, the road's looking clear at the moment. In fact, around the Baltimore region, no issues to report.
From Baltimore City to the county, reports of young people stealing cars still pouring into our newsroom.
Yeah, this week, Fox 45 News learned 4 teens were arrested after an armed carjacking that happened in Druid Hill Park. Police are telling us the driver was working for a rideshare company and the suspects used the app to call the driver before assaulting him and then stealing his car.
Last month, an 18-year-old from Pennsylvania was murdered during a Facebook marketplace meeting in Baltimore. Police say the 18-year-old seller of this car was shot and killed the teen who did not want to buy it. The U.S. Marshal Service says deputies are getting more involved in tracking down young people wanted for violent crimes.
Whenever there's a situation where the person is presenting a threat to public safety, where their crimes directly influence people's decisions whether they want to leave the house or not, something has to be done, and that's why the United States Marshal Service is involved. We want to work with our local partners to take these violent individuals off the street, regardless of their age.
Well, in Baltimore, yet another shocking carjacking caught on camera. It shows what appears to be 4 carjackers ambushing a man who was just pulling into his driveway.
Olivia Dance joins us now live with a number of crimes and calls for change that have yet to lead to plans from lawmakers addressing the problem. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, this carjacking caught on camera happened in Senate President Bill Ferguson's district, who says that he's confident in lawmakers' ability to address problems like this, but details on a crime plan haven't been released yet.
What's very clear to me is we're going to fix this problem. Right now, we've got to send the message that to be very, very clear to young people, this can't continue. This will not continue.
So let's take a look at this new video, which shows how fast someone can have their car stolen from them. A South Baltimore man is seen pulling into his driveway. Carjackers are ready and waiting for an opportunity to strike. A red car blocks the driver in and puts what looks like a gun up to the window. Another person pulls the driver out of the car, and in just seconds, the 2 suspects drive away, leaving the victim distraught. Fox 45 News dug into the data from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. In District 46 from 2022 to now, car thefts increased 166%. But in Ferguson's Patterson Park neighborhood, car thefts are up more than 380%. So as crime seems to be skyrocketing, we're all anxiously waiting to see how state lawmakers will address it. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, Baltimore City has seen more than 11,000 car thefts and carjackings this year. Police say juveniles are responsible for about 38% of those thefts. 2/3 are referred to the Department of Juvenile Services, but only 5% end up serving time in a DJS facility.
This morning, a Dundalk community is demanding more from police. It comes as they are waiting on arrests to be made following 4 carjackings that happened in the span of 24 hours. Over the course of the week, police receiving multiple calls for carjackings in Dundalk. Residents say they're stunned these crimes are happening in their neighborhood.
Almost like the city is a virus. It almost seems like the city's getting bored and they're starting to just come out into the county.
Another high-profile carjacking in Baltimore County happened just last week. A woman tells Fox 45 News 2 kids carjacked her at gunpoint steps from her home in Rosedale. She says the suspects left her with a black eye.
I just want to be safe in my own neighborhood, and right now I don't feel safe. I don't know. We want to stay here, and we're staying here as long as we can, but we may consider moving.
In Anne Arundel County, just last week, police say a woman was the victim of an armed carjacking in the parking lot of a store right along Arundel Mills Circle. Police say 2 suspects threatened that woman with a gun before getting away in her car. And then remember, in August, Fox 45 News obtained surveillance video showing teenagers running away. You see them right there. After police say they assaulted a woman and tried to take her keys, but were not successful. Police say those teenagers were from Baltimore City.
House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson, they are 2 of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you feel you're not being heard about car thefts or any other issue, go ahead and contact them. We've got their phone numbers and email addresses listed right there on your screen.
Hunter Biden is facing nearly 2 decades behind bars if convicted. Straight ahead from our Live Center, the 9 criminal charges he faces in that sweeping federal tax investigation.
And with it, some rain. Coming up, your Ravens game forecast. 5:36, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 5:39 as we track the next weather maker. That's going to be rain and wind on Sunday. Before we get there, we got a couple of nice days ahead of us. So our Towson cam is nice and mainly clear right now. Finally seeing some stars out there. You can see on our day planner, numbers will be in the 30s through 7 a.m., but eventually climb into the upper 40s and eventually into the mid to upper 50s for our highs today. So definitely a milder day. We'll only hit 45 yesterday. We're on our way to a high of 57 today. 41 tonight, and then back to the mid to upper 50s on Saturday. We'll track that weather maker, take you hour by hour through it, and let you know how it's going to impact your Sunday plans.
5:39, and Hunter Biden, the son of the sitting president of the United States, is now facing up to 17 years in prison. That is, if he's convicted on all charges in the sweeping federal tax investigation.
Let's get straight over to Shannon Lee in our Live Center with what we are learning. Shannon.
Well, this indictment, guys, was made public late last night, and it includes 9 criminal charges ranging from a failure to file and pay taxes, evasion of assessment, and even a false or fraudulent tax return charge. Now, prosecutors say the charges come after Hunter failed to pay at least $1.4 million in self-assessed federal taxes between 2016 and 2019. They say he had the money to pay, and in fact, they say he made $7 million during that time span through various business ventures. Now to a live look here, as this morning the White House has no comment on the charges. They're referring back to Hunter's team. Hunter's lawyer quickly releasing a statement. It reads in part, quote, The U.S. attorney has piled on 9 new charges when he had agreed just months ago to resolve this matter with a pair of misdemeanors, end quote. The lawyer is likely referring to the highly criticized plea deal related to gun charges that fell apart over the summer. Hunter Biden also already faces criminal charges in Delaware related to a gun purchase. His attorney says charges in the 2 cases would never have been brought if his client's last name was anything other than Biden. We'll continue to follow this for you and track any new developments from the Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy stepping down at the end of the year. Still to come this morning, what he's leaving behind and a deeper dive into the latest Republican presidential debate.
Today, light rail service temporarily suspended in Baltimore. Coming up, the concerns from riders and the alternative routes you can use today. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.544 topping your holiday season headlines. Baltimore residents gathered in Mount Vernon to celebrate the annual lighting of the Washington Monument as Patrice Sanders was emceeing.
Patrice kicked off the holiday celebration introducing young performers from the Baltimore School of the Arts. Leading up to the moment, lighting of residents from all across the area enjoyed some music, some food, holiday festivities. A couple of Christmas celebrities even made an appearance.
So there are a lot of things that we do throughout the holiday season, and we do many tree lightings. But here in Baltimore, we get to light the monument. And that's very significant. It's very unique. It's something that's very important to Mrs. Claus and I every year.
Organizers closed out the night with some dazzling fireworks.
Well, speaking of lighting up, here at Fox 45, we lit our menorah last night, marking the start of Hanukkah. The Jewish holiday is celebrated through next Friday. So each night through the 15th, those celebrating will gather with family and friends to light one additional candle in the menorah.
I think we need new batteries.
I think we do.
You can barely make it out. All right, we love seeing how you're getting into the holiday spirit.
Check out some of these pictures from our viewers. They chimed them in here. On the left, a spooky cat of all comfy, cozy things lounging in a tree skirt. Thank you, Aina, for sending this one.
Right there in the middle, Athena sent us this picture of Jedi, who she says is saying happy holidays to Fox 45. Then on the right, Barkley, Michelle says this is his first time being around a Christmas tree. He's kind of figuring out why it's in the house, and he's been a very good boy. Just was sitting there admiring it.
We want to see how you are preparing for the holidays. Send us your favorite holiday photos and your videos through the Chime In app or at foxbaltimore.com or that WBFF app. It's all powered by Stack.
Well, 546, and yeah, the next weather maker. You see it right there.
It's on its way. There we go. All right, meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at when it rolls through here.
Yeah, it's going to be Sunday morning. That's when the rain's going to start, and then the wind's going to pick up as well. The heaviest rain looks to come about 7, 8 o'clock Sunday night. So it's going to be kind of after the game, but it is going to be wet at the game or for whatever you're doing on Sunday during the middle part of the day. As for right now, we're looking pretty good from our Towson camera. Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Finally seeing some of those clouds move out of here. Temperatures have dropped to near freezing. 33 officially in Towson with no real wind to speak of at this time. Now, our next 12 hours, we've got a nice little warm up here. Now, 50s typically in the mid to upper 50s, not that exciting, but considering where we've been in the 40s for most of the week, it will feel quite a bit nicer for the afternoon. And we're really not tracking much wind either today. Should get to those mid to upper 50s for a lot of us throughout the region. And you can see the numbers in your neighborhood. Eldersburg and Westminster up into Manchester there in Carroll County in the mid 50s. 53 Reisterstown down through Catonsville, 54 Towson, Lutherville, and Timonium, also 54 in Dundalk today. We'll look at those low 50s for Bel Air and Aberdeen over to Northeast and Elkton, right about 52. Not the snow showers or those flurries that we saw flying around yesterday. Now, on our temperature tracker, notice we stay above average for the next 3 days. In fact, on Sunday for the game, we'll see temperatures that will be mild. It's not going to be a cold rain, more of a mild, almost a tropical element to it because we're tapping into some of that moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. But on Monday and Tuesday, we're right back to reality with temps in the 40s, so it will be a lot more like December. All right, here's a look at that Ravens cast with the Rams in town. Kickoff, we'll see those temperatures hanging in the lower 60s, and throughout most of the game, kind of hanging in the 60s, even with the rain showers that will be here. But again, just got to plan for that. Even tailgating, you'll probably get a little bit wet on Sunday morning. This is our future scan for today. Look at this. Nice sunny skies. We'll see lots of clearing there. The southerly wind will pick up today, and tomorrow you'll get a little bit more cloud cover. This is kind of ahead of that next weather maker rolling in. Let's stop the clock right here Sunday. This is about 9 o'clock Sunday morning. Notice you're starting to see more of those showers on the other side of the mountains with that cold front there, but those showers will start to develop, and as we get to about 1 o'clock right at kickoff is when some of those showers will be here with us. Probably a steady light rain and then a little bit more moderate rain as we get into about 7, 8 o'clock on Sunday night. This is what I was talking about with the areas of that heavy precipitation, possibly even some thunderstorm activity, a very dynamic system moving through. The back side of this system, as that low slides to the north and the front passes through, will have colder air, so we'll have some snow in the mountains. Some of the models want to get a little snow right here for us in Baltimore, but I don't know if our temperatures are going to drop fast enough to get that rain to change over to snow. Either way, we'll be talking about breezy and colder conditions by Monday of next week. And you can see that right here on your 7-day forecast. Overnight lows in the 40s, but then 40s and 30s for highs and lows next week, although we do stay dry and things will be a lot calmer by the time we get to next Wednesday.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and the roads still looking pretty clear around Baltimore. And no known incidents to report at this time. NDOT system is down right now. Also, if you're heading down the JFX this morning, it'll take you about 9 minutes to go from 695 on the top all the way down through to President Street. Now, we also have a temporary hold right now with your light rail. In fact, we want to go to Mark Jones. He's got some explanations from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. And that's correct. MDOT has temporarily suspended light rail service at all stops in order to perform emergency inspections. Shuttle buses are in place providing service out there, so do allow time for travel, as you'll need a little extra time on light rail this morning. If your ride is on Metro Subway, you'll find on-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And on the MARC train system, looking good for travel there. No major delays for the start. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A server accepts a friendly invite out from a regular and it turns violent. Coming up, Maryland's Most Wanted and the investigation underway as the search for the fugitive continues.
Second resolution condemning hate gets knocked down by the Baltimore City Council. Coming up, why the concern with this latest resolution and why it still won't pass. 5:51 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. We are all local all morning. .54, and a server accepts a friendly invite out from one of her regulars, only to become the victim of a brutal rape, assault, and kidnapping.
Here's Alexa Ashwell with Maryland's Most Wanted.
It was supposed to be a fun night out, but investigators say things took a violent turn when this man, identified as Carlos Flores Matute, attacked a waitress he was sharing a taxi with, then later raped her. That was nearly a year and a half ago, and now the U.S. Marshal Service needs your help tracking him down. July 10th, 2022, Prince George's County. A local waitress is invited out for drinks by one of her regulars.
He was a regular at her establishment.
The waitress agrees, and according to investigators, meets the man identified as 20-year-old Carlos Flores Matute at Leslie's Grill in Riverdale. The night is going well, and by closing time, investigators say Flores Matute had offered to help the woman get home.
At the end of the night, he convinced her to share a taxi. The claim was that he would be a gentleman and he would pay for the taxi to drop him off at his residence and then continue on to drop her off at her residence.
The two get into a taxi and begin the nearly 4-mile, 15-minute ride to their first stop, Flores Matute's home here in Hyattsville. Little did the woman know it would be her only stop.
So when they pulled up to his residence, things changed.
Investigators say Flores Matute grabs the woman by her hair and drags her out of the taxi into the back of his house. Once in the basement, strangling and threatening to kill her if she doesn't comply.
He viciously assaulted her. In this case, he struck the victim, he choked her, and he brutally raped her.
Hours pass. The woman manages to escape, running for help and finally calling police. She's rushed to an area hospital and there tells investigators what happened. Flores Matsute is identified by the woman and later issued a criminal summons, but the 20-year-old has since vanished.
When he failed to appear, the local officials referred the case to the United States Marshal Service for apprehension.
Nearly a year and a half has now passed, and the search for Flores Matsute has proved difficult.
This individual is an undocumented citizen, and as a result, it is very easy for him to fly under the radar. He's not going to be working jobs on the books. He is not here legally, and so there's a very good chance if he is not hiding out in the state of Maryland, he may have fled back to his home country.
His home country of Honduras in Central America. Investigators stress Flores Matsute must be located and fear it's only a matter of time before he strikes again.
The concern is repeated behavior. This person developed a rapport to convince this woman to trust him, took her out for drinks, and felt it was within his ability to just brutally assault and rape this individual. And if he can do it to someone he knows and has developed a relationship with, there's nothing stopping him from doing it to a stranger.
Take a good look. Flores Matsute stands at about 5'8" and weighs approximately 170 pounds. If you have any information regarding his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. We have the tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly. This number, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
Making headlines this morning as the 11th anniversary of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting approaches. Next week, Senate Democrats are calling on Congress to take action to stop gun violence. 21st graders, 6 educators, they were killed at Sandy Hook, and this anniversary comes on the heels of multiple mass shootings this week alone. One in Texas, one in Las Vegas. Senate Democrats praised the passage of the bipartisan gun bill last year, which enhanced gun background checks, invested money in mental health resources and school security. But they say not enough has been done, calling for a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, among other measures. Well, those are non-starters for Republicans who worry that additional gun control measures could impede on Americans' Second Amendment rights.
Temperatures are going to be, they're cold right now, but we're tracking warmer conditions for this afternoon. We're also tracking our next weather maker with that rain on the way for the weekend.
Starting today, the light rail service in Baltimore is suspended. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what happened and the alternate transportation that's now being offered.
A fiery debate and controversial vote leaves city council members at odds. Straight ahead, why a second resolution stemming from the Israel-Hamas war failed to pass.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, we have more sun and milder temperatures to end your work week, but we will be tracking your next weather maker all morning long right here on Fox 45 News.
We're taking a look at the Weather Authority HD radar and a live look over M&T Bank Stadium where it's lit up blue. I thought, whoa, Rams, but no. Probably Hanukkah. So the rain may be impacting the Ravens game come Sunday as they square off against the Rams.
That's right. Well, good morning to you. I'm Taylor Stewart. It's Friday, December 8th.
Yeah, I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to bring in our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about when the rain and how much and, you know, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, exactly right. It's going to be a wet Sunday. We've been talking about that pretty much all week long. And looking outside right now, we're dry, and overall, those temperatures are on the colder side. So you can see those numbers on the right side of your screen. Statewide, most of us are in the 30s at this hour, 33 in Baltimore City, 32 in Bel Air, and 36 in Annapolis. So cold Friday morning, sunny and warmer for the afternoon. Today and tomorrow look great. It's just that rain coming in on Sunday that we have to deal with. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your morning drive. Just get the heaters going because numbers stay in the 30s for the next couple of hours.
December 8th, service on our light rail system will be suspended. We recognize that this is a critical transit service, and this is not a decision that we've taken lightly.
No, today the light rail service will temporarily, and we'll see if this restarts here real quick for us, be suspended in Baltimore now. Somebody was sitting right there, too. You can see him get knocked over, that explosion. Commuters are voicing their concerns over how they're going to get to and from work. Well, we have Olivia Dans joining us live now with a look at how the light rail fire that happened months ago is halting the transportation today. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. Today is the first day that the light rail service is suspended, and it's still unknown how long it will be shut down, impacting people trying to get to work today, and then also fans going to the Ravens game on Sunday who would usually get off right here at this Hamburg Street station, which you could see is right next to M&T Bank Stadium. In the past 4 months, administrators say that heavy smoke consumed 3 light rail vehicles, and then in October, another vehicle exploded in fire. Administrators admit that previous inspections did not identify the scope of the problem, and during this shutdown, the MTA will inspect all 53 of its light rail vehicles.
We've done some visual inspections and have determined over the weekend that, again, it's a more systemic issue than what we thought, and that's where we need to pull the cars from service so we can inspect all the rail cars as quickly as possible.
News of the shutdown broke just hours after transportation officials announced $3.3 billion in budget cuts over the next 5 years. Senator Corey McCray questioning the cuts in a statement that reads in part, quote, "This news further exasperates the fact that we need to invest more in our public transit system due to failing infrastructure instead of taking away from it. I question why an issue that transportation officials classified as a known problem was not caught much earlier and resolved during a routine inspection," end quote. Many longtime riders are also reacting, some hardly surprised by the problems with this 30-year-old fleet.
Somebody's not doing their job. I mean, that it get this raggy.
I mean, every month, train breaking down, trees and stuff falling on the tracks, and all that kind of stuff. And people getting tired of it.
This is major. This is major. It's going to stop a lot of people from going to any job.
Also starting today, the MTA will offer a free shuttle bus right here along the light rail route, but they admit that it'll take a lot longer than the train to reach your destination. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, the Department of Transportation is facing major budget cuts, and it comes as Maryland faces an impending budget deficit. A report released this summer predicts Maryland will have a $1.8 billion deficit by 2028.
In a speech before Maryland County leaders, the governor addressed the budget cuts, stating that the state has to make difficult choices to deal with a budget gap that he says his administration did not create. However, former Governor Larry Hogan left the state with a budget surplus in the billions. When the deficit was announced in July, he tweeted about it, writing, quote, "I'm saddened to see Maryland return to crushing deficits. In 8 years, we turned a record deficit into a record surplus." Former governor says Maryland can do it again with fiscal responsibility. Others say the budget gap has to do with the administration and their spending.
Baltimore City Council members are at odds after members vote no once again on a resolution condemning hate stemming from the Israel-Hamas war. This comes 3 days after a failed resolution on a vote for a different resolution supporting Israel. Well, 4 members abstained from that vote, saying the council needs to condemn all forms of hate, not just anti-Semitism.
And those members brought their own resolution to the table last night, condemning atrocities from both sides, but it wasn't enough. And once again, the council failed to pass the resolution. Shannon Lilly joining us here in studio this morning with a closer look at the fiery debate that happened at City Hall. Shannon?
Yeah, these were some tense moments, Tom, that were witnessed at that city council meeting. And now council members are trying to move forward, going about the business of the city, seemingly, though, with a wedge between them. One council member, Felicia Porter, was visibly emotional after saying her life was actually threatened after voting against the initial resolution earlier this week. Now, she and the other 3 council members who abstained from voting on that resolution Monday night brought forward a new resolution with a different message condemning both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
We will not be silent. There have been many people in the city of Baltimore that have experienced hate, Jewish and also Islamic.
This resolution says to release hostages that are being held in Israel. I've never heard that before. The first time I've ever seen that was in this resolution.
So Councilman Schleifer there pointing out, quote, factual errors in this resolution. Let's see if we can get this for you here.
It's disgraceful that we're having this discussion today. We could have easily done like we've done before, supported our colleague, and come back and had unanimous support for some of the concerns that have been addressed today. And if my family member was in the Middle East or in the middle of East Baltimore, I would want you to stand up with me. That's why I voted yes, and that's why I'm voting no on this. This is not who we are.
A rare publicly seen admonishment of some council members over their actions. Now council members are just trying to move forward. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Taylor?
Well, stay with Fox 45 News as we continue to follow this developing story. You can find our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Another shocking carjacking caught on camera in Baltimore, topping your next half hour, why lawmakers still have not released a plan to deal with the problem despite the rising crime.
Plus, more than a third of women experience lasting health problems after childbirth. After the break, some of the most common complications that are often overlooked.
Temperatures are cold this morning as you get up and at them on a Friday. We're back with temperatures that will be warmer for the afternoon. Think you're going to like what we have in store for your Friday.
Before we head to break, we want to take a quick look at your Lens Solar traffic network. We're not currently tracking any incidents, and traffic's moving along smoothly here at 6:07. That light rail, though, is going to be your issue this morning. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
Tapping your health headlines this morning, a Texas judge grants a pregnant woman the right to get an abortion despite the state's ban on the procedure.
Now, in a rare challenge, 31-year-old Kate Cox requested an emergency court order to allow her to terminate her pregnancy. She's 20 weeks pregnant, and her doctors say her fetus has a fatal diagnosis. Giving birth could jeopardize her fertility. It's unclear how quickly Cox will be able to get the abortion. The decision is likely to be appealed by the state. Meanwhile, new research finds more than a third of women globally experience lasting health problems caused by childbirth.
The study examined health problems arising or continuing 6 weeks after birth.
Most common complication, pain during sex, which affects more than a third of postpartum women. Other common complications include incontinence, anxiety, depression, and fear of childbirth. The study says the conditions are often neglected and ignored.
Like, what are we doing? Like, who is not checking these kids walking into school?
Juvenile crime running rampant across the Maryland and Baltimore City. Are people losing hope? Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, a former police commissioner weighs in on the crisis and why he says it may be far beyond a policing issue.
But first, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announces he's done with Congress. After the break, a Washington insider joins us to share how the California Republican plans to serve America in new ways. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning. .6:14 on this Friday morning in your election 2024 coverage. The White House is wishing former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy well following the announcement that he's leaving Congress.
While they have important differences about policy, the president appreciates that they were able to work across the aisle on important priorities for the American people. And he appreciates that Speaker McCarthy's story is an American one, rising from founding a small business to being the highest ranking member of Congress.
President Biden congratulating McCarthy on his years of service. McCarthy has been in office more than 16 years. He won the speakership in January, but then was ousted from that role by a group of hard-right conservatives in October.
Well, the fourth Republican debate absent, GOP frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, comes and goes. Let's bring in Washington insider Armstrong Williams to break it all down. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Taylor.
All right, we've got a lot to get to here. So let's first talk about some of the few key moments from this debate, from Christie, Ramaswamy, Haley, DeSantis. These candidates came out swinging. From a policy perspective, who emerged victorious?
Nikki Haley, and no question. You know what's fascinating, Taylor? If you were to go back to Donald Trump's attacks on the younger Bush, the former governor of Florida, and Ramaswamy attacks on Nikki Haley, they were identical. He's trying to become Trump-like. The attacks were so personal, so vicious, and so uncalled for. That's why many people hammered him. It was just goes to show you why this country is so divided today.
Early polls are now indicating, as you said, DeSantis may be trailing further behind. Now with the former UN ambassador showing that Haley's moving to second as the second spot. As she continues to make her push forward, what do you think last night stands out that makes her the front runner in this debate?
The way they were attacking her in a vicious way that tells you that she's the lead dog. But also, she's very strong in her policy. She has a very strong record as the governor of South Carolina. She did a terrific job as the UN ambassador. And also, she's willing to take on Trump. The fact that he wasn't there, why is he hiding? Why does he get a pass? Doesn't he owe the voters an opportunity to hear him and where he is on the issues? And he just doesn't show up. It's almost an insult to democracy and who we are as we the people.
Yet polls show he is unscathed. In other news, though, switching gears, Hunter Biden is now facing up to 17 years in federal prison for federal tax charges. Is this what the moment folks have been waiting for? Is this an overreach? Give us your take on this.
You know, Taylor, there are 9 tax charges, 3 felonies, 6 misdemeanors. And understand this, these are federal charges. And most of it is Hunter Biden on record on his laptop. It's not you don't root for people to go to jail. You know, we're a rule of laws, but we're innocent until proven guilty. But there's been such a double standard whether it comes to Trump and other conservatives who have faced similar circumstances like George Santos. I mean, many people have assumed that Hunter Biden would get a pass. Even in this, will he get a slap on the wrist or will he actually face jail time? That remains to be seen. But at least, you know, David Weiss is finally allowed to do his job. And now that he's allowed to do his job, you realize Hunter Biden has done some serious illegal, unethical, unheard of things. And the issue is whether it ties into the father and the rest of the family.
And we have to wrap here, but I just have to ask you one last question. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, after that historic ousting, says he's done with Congress by the end of this year. What do you make of this?
It's a power broker. The person he endorses makes him a kingmaker. He's setting it up for Devin Nunes to take his seat. No Democrat, no matter what the circumstances are, can win that agriculture-rich district in California that Kevin McCarthy is about to lead.
All right. Well, we'll continue to follow all of this. A lot happening on Capitol Hill. Thank you, Armstrong Williams, Washington Insider.
Thank you.
Well, it's 6:18, and we need to find out exactly how warm it's going to get today and when we'll see some rain.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm happy about the warmer temperatures. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at when those come about.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are going to be like that, Taylor, because we'll see the sun today for the first time in a while. I know it kind of broke out on Wednesday, but really yesterday kept the clouds around for most of the afternoon. Those clouds have moved on right now, and we'll see that sun come up a little bit after 7 o'clock. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they are good to go and all dressed warmly because we've got temps in the 30s for the next few hours. But lower 50s by noon, not going to be warm today, but it will feel warm because we were in the mid 40s yesterday and we'll be in the mid to upper 50s for today. Good morning, Hank. Ready for the Ravens? Ravens! Whoa. Yeah, he's excited about that game. It's a big one. Sunday night, Sunday afternoon. Wow, I think somebody just tried to respond to Hank. That's nice. All right, 40-year temp by 9 a.m. on your bird is the wordcast. Low to mid and upper 50s as we get you out throughout the day today. And checking your temperatures across central Maryland. Finally, a lot more low to mid and upper 50s, actually above where we typically are this time of year. 50 is our average high over the last 30 years. A little colder to the north and warmer to the south. So almost 60 in Richmond today. 54 if you are heading down the ocean. Looking at numbers in Baltimore and D.C. in those mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow and Sunday, 50s and even 60s. That's despite the rain that's coming in. And then our colder temperatures come right back into Monday and Tuesday of next week. Speaking of that Ravens game, we're talking about numbers in the lower 60s here for your Sunday afternoon kickoff. And again, it will be a mild rain, but it's going to be breezy to windy. And then we'll have to deal with those rain showers as well. Right now, our future scan is dry today and tomorrow. So a couple of nice days. Tomorrow, you'll get a little bit more cloud cover, but still mild temperatures will feel good. Sunday morning, you're going to start to see those rain showers move in from west to east, and we'll see those conditions kind of deteriorate as we go through the middle of the day today, middle of the day on Sunday. So this is Sunday at about 1 p.m., obviously kickoff. That's when those rain showers will be here, and we keep the rain around through most of the game. The heaviest rain comes about 8 o'clock on Sunday night, and it's going to be a lot of us seeing that heavy rainfall for about 3 or 4 hours. A good soaking rain is what we're going to get from this system. Behind it, we'll have some snow that'll work into the mountains. Some of the models want to keep some of those snow showers here in Baltimore, but I think we're going to get that rain to kind of win out before those temperatures have time to drop and then the drier air starts moving in. Shout out to Vicky and Bobby Hines. That is Oreo, little Shih Tzu right there, and having a good time with the Christmas lights. So thank you very much, Vicky and Bobby. Love getting those holiday pet pics. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. All right, here we go. 7-day forecast. You can see those 50s and 60s as we get into the weekend. We're breezy and colder, maybe a few showers left over early Monday morning, but by Tuesday and Wednesday, definitely drier toward the middle of next week. Taylor?
All right, thanks, Justin. Let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. Taking a look at the Loch Raven Boulevard in Towson. No major incidents to report. Volume is picking up, though, at 6:21 this morning. And let's, of course, check in with MTA. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning. Light rail service down today. Give us the update.
Yes, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. MDOT/MTA has temporarily suspended light rail service at all stops in order to perform emergency inspections. Shuttle buses are in place providing service on light rail along that line, and you'll certainly want to allow a little extra time for getting there as you will encounter some delay in your travels out there. If your ride is on Metro, you'll find on-time service from end to end there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station on the MARC train system, Penn Train 511 and Camden 845. Operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thanks, Mark.
The Ravens' push to the playoffs starts this Sunday afternoon against the Rams. Still ahead, how the team is embracing the tough road ahead.
Data shows that car thefts are on the rise. Coming up next, we'll look at newly obtained surveillance video that shows just how quickly someone can become the victim of a carjacking. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We're following some breaking news this morning from Baltimore County, where fire crews are at the scene of a commercial building on fire in Reisterstown. It's near Reisterstown Lumber Company on Hanover Road. Baltimore County Fire Department says there are no injuries, and fire investigators are on the scene to find out what caused that fire. We have a crew heading to the scene now. Here's a look at your, right now, Fox 45 menorah, because today marks this first full day, or the second day of Hanukkah, and will be through next Friday, December 15th. National Hanukkah menorah shines brightly all across the White House.
And commemorating the miracle of the menorah burning for 8 full days after the desecration of the Temple of Jerusalem. The second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, the first Jewish spouse of a U.S. vice president, says he wants to be able to celebrate Hanukkah amid the hardships the Jewish community is facing.
Normally, this is a time of celebration and joy. I want us to celebrate Hanukkah. And I know right now that might seem a little far-fetched to some of you. I know you're in pain. I'm in pain.
Emhoff says the current climate of rampant anti-Semitism is a crisis. And the lighting of the world's largest menorah is viewed by tens of millions of people all across the nation and around the world each year.
More sun and milder temperatures to end out your work week, but how long will that last? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking your next weather maker to see if it impacts Sunday's game.
Hunter Biden is facing nearly 2 decades behind bars if convicted. Straight ahead from our live center, the 9 criminal charges he faces in that sweeping federal tax investigation. It's 6:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Straight down 6:30 right now. We are tracking our next weather maker for you all morning long. Fox 45 Morning News.
We're taking live looks at some of the different cameras across our state, including Towson, Ocean City there on your left, and M&T Bank Stadium, where the rain is going to move in on Sunday. That could have an impact on that Ravens game against the Rams.
Yeah, is there any way we can show the the Ocean City Grand Carousel full screen?
Yes.
Look at that. Come on.
Let's just imagine it's like really warm outside and we're laying on the beach.
With that all lit up the way it is.
All lit up.
Yeah, you got the beach to yourself. But there may be a reason why on this Friday, December 8th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. Not the day to lay out on the beach, meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Not quite beach weather yet, but we are going to see warmer temperatures, so that's good. Later today and tomorrow, we will see a lot more of that sunshine. Already seen that nice sunrise shot there. And we'll show you the sunrise shot here at home coming up in about 40 minutes or so from right now. Towson looking good. We've got a few clouds hanging around, but overall, we have seen some clearing conditions this morning. Temperatures have dropped to below freezing in Cockeysville and Bel Air out through Chestertown. 33 in Baltimore City right now, 36 your temp in Annapolis. So Mr. Bo says, yeah, may have to get that defroster and the bun warmers on here as you get out to work and school this morning. Mid to upper 30s and close to 40 by about 9 a.m. We'll top out at 57 today and tomorrow. A little bit more cloud cover on Saturday, but both days are looking nice and dry. And you can see on Sunday, even though we're warmer, we have to deal with all of that rain and some heavy rain at times. We'll track the timing of that next weather maker for you coming up in a few minutes from right now. All right, how are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Looking at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, Justin, we're not looking bad at all. Look at all this green that we have here on this Friday morning. Mostly green all around. No major incidents to report at this time. Let's go Friday morning.
From Baltimore City to the county, reports of young people stealing cars are pouring into our newsroom. This week, FOX45 News learned 4 teens were arrested after an armed carjacking in Druid Hill Park. Now, police say the driver was working for a rideshare company, and the suspects used the app to call the driver before assaulting him and stealing his car.
Last month, an 18-year-old from Pennsylvania, high school student, was murdered during a Facebook Marketplace meeting in Baltimore. He came from Lancaster. Police say the 18-year-old, the seller of the car, shot and killed the teen who just didn't want to buy it. U.S. Marshals Service says deputies are getting more involved in tracking down young people wanted for violent crimes.
But whenever there's a situation where the person is presenting a threat to public safety, where their crimes directly influence people's decisions whether they want to leave the house or not, something has to be done, and that's why the United States Marshals Service is involved. We want to work with our local partners to take these violent individuals off the street, regardless of their age.
Well, here in Baltimore, yet another shocking carjacking caught on camera. It shows what appears to be 4 carjackers ambushing this man who's pulling into his driveway.
Now, Olivia Dance is joining us live with how the number of crimes and calls for change have yet to lead to a plan from lawmakers addressing this problem. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, this carjacking caught on camera actually happened in Senate President Bill Ferguson's district, who says that he's confident in lawmakers' ability to address problems like this, but details on a crime plan have yet to be released.
What's very clear to me is we're going to fix this problem. Right now, we've got to send the message that to be very, very clear to young people, this can't continue. This will not continue.
So let's take a look at this new video, which shows how fast someone can have their car stolen from them. A South Baltimore man is seen pulling into his driveway. Carjackers are ready and waiting for an opportunity to strike. A red car blocks the driver in and puts what looks like a gun up to the window. Another person pulls the driver out of the car, and in just seconds, the 2 suspects drive away, leaving the victim distraught. Fox 45 News dug into the data from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and in District 46 from 2022 to now, car thefts increased 166%. But in Ferguson's Patterson Park neighborhood, car thefts are up more than 380%. So as crime seems to be skyrocketing, we're all anxiously waiting to see how state lawmakers will address it. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thanks, Olivia. Baltimore City has seen more than 11,000 car thefts and carjackings this year alone. Police say juveniles are responsible for about 38% of those thefts. 2/3 are referred to the Department of Juvenile Services, but only about 5% of them end up serving time in a DJS facility.
In Anne Arundel County just last week, police say a woman was the victim of an armed carjacking that happened in the parking lot of a store right along Arundel Mills Circle. Police say 2 suspects threatened the woman with a gun before getting away with their car. In August, you remember Fox 45 News obtaining surveillance video showing teenagers running away. They run down that street right there. They say as they were assaulting a woman and they tried to take her keys, but they were not successful. Police also say those teenagers were from Baltimore City.
House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are 2 of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you feel like you're not being heard about car thefts or any other issue, we want you to contact them. Their phone numbers and email addresses are listed right there on your screen.
Hunter Biden, the son of the sitting president of the United States, now facing up to 17 years in prison. That's if he's convicted on all charges of the sweeping federal tax investigation.
Let's get straight over Shannon Lilly in our live center with what we're learning here. Shannon.
Well, this indictment, guys, was made public late last night. It includes 9 criminal charges ranging from a failure to file and pay taxes, evasion of assessment, and even a false or fraudulent tax return charge. Now, prosecutors say the charges come after Hunter failed to pay at least $1.4 million in self-assessed federal taxes between 2016 and 2019. They say he had the money to pay, and in fact, they say he made $7 million during that time span through various business ventures. Now to a live look, as this morning, the White House has no comment on the charges. They're referring back to Hunter's team. Hunter's lawyer quickly releasing a statement. It reads in part, quote, the U.S. attorney has piled on 9 new charges when he had agreed just months ago to resolve this matter with a pair of misdemeanors, end quote. Now, the lawyer is likely referring to the highly criticized plea deal related to gun charges that fell apart over the summer. Hunter Biden also already faces criminal charges in Delaware related to a gun purchase. His attorney says charges in the 2 cases would never have been brought if his client's last name was anything other than Biden. We'll continue to follow this for you and track any new developments from the Live Center. Taylor?
Safety hazards force a complete suspension on light rail service. Still ahead, the scope of the problem and why one lawmaker says there's another issue.
Plus a fiery debate at City Hall stemming from the Israel-Hamas war in our 7 o'clock hour, while the council voted no on another resolution condemning hate.
And we're dry outside for now.
When we can expect our next weather maker and how it could impact your weekend plans. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. Come on, take a moment and look at that right there.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, what a beautiful start to your Friday morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This bear just might be smarter than average. A home security camera captured it Thursday morning at Camp Nelson in California as it was using one of its paws to open this SUV's passenger side door. Add intruding bears to the list of reasons to lock your car doors. And here's a peaceful view from Lake Tahoe before a storm moved through earlier this week.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Well, topping your consumer news, almost all U.S. adults are prepared to spend some money this holiday season.
If you haven't already, according to a recent survey from the consulting firm Deloitte, 95% of respondents said they plan to make some purchases this holiday season. That figure comes despite 72% of respondents saying that they expect prices to be higher this year because of all the inflation.
And U.S. jobless claims climbed slightly last week. According to the Department of Labor, unemployment claims for the week ending in December 2nd inched up by 1,000.
The 4-week average was 220,750. That's up 500 from last week. A new ADP report shows private companies adding 103,000 jobs that month. Today, the U.S. monthly jobs report for November is expected to be released and could show a pickup in hiring.
Well, several years of steady calls to defund the police in major cities have been followed by an alarming rise in violent crime. Still ahead, why some are wondering why this is creating backlash.
New report uncovers a surprising source of anti-Semitism on American college campuses. That's coming up at 9 in Full Measure. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
Of a commercial building fire in Reisterstown. It's right near the lumber company on Hanover Road. The Baltimore County Fire Department says there are no injuries to report, and fire investigators are on the scene to find the cause. We have a crew heading there right now.
6:44, topping your morning rush. Today, light rail service will be temporarily suspended in Baltimore because of what you're seeing in this video right here, an explosion on one of the cars. Now, riders are voicing concerns over how they're going to get to and from work. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning, and Olivia has about how the light rail fire happened months ago would halt services today.
Yeah, well, Tom, that's one of the big questions, and it's still unknown how long the light rail service will be shut down, impacting people trying to get to work today, and then also fans who are going to the Ravens game on Sunday who would usually get off at this Hamburg Street station, which is right next to M&T Bank Stadium. In the past 4 months, administrators say that heavy smoke consumed 3 light rail vehicles, and then in October, another vehicle exploded in fire. Administrators admit that previous inspections did not identify the scope of this problem. And during this shutdown, the MTA will inspect all 53 of its light rail vehicles. News of the shutdown broke just hours after transportation officials announced $3.3 billion in budget cuts over the next 5 years. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes, hear from longtime riders who say that they aren't surprised with the problems in this fleet. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Olivia. Let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast. Those sunrises were just gorgeous that we've been looking at all morning.
Yeah, Justin, I mean, well, there's one behind you right now from Towson. We got another look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sun coming up here in just a little bit. Still about 20 minutes away from the official sunrise, but a nice little morning glow with a few of those clouds kind of hanging around at this time from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Temperature at 33 in Towson, so we're just above freezing. No wind to speak of at this time. We are tracking our next weather maker, and that's going to be the rain on Sunday. But before we get there, we've got a pretty nice afternoon on tap. And even this morning, our temps are staying mainly in the mid-30s, right about 40 by 9 a.m. on your Rise and Shine Cache. You can see that sunrise at 7:13 officially. Reisterstown looking at numbers here in the 10 o'clock hour. You'll be in the lower 40s, and we'll get to the mid to upper 50s as we head in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Overall, those temps will continue to stay in the 50s even through about 4 and 5 o'clock on your Friday afternoon into the evening time. Now, typically this time of year, right about 50 degrees is where we are. A lot of us will be above average, low to mid 50s for Reisterstown, Eldersburg over to Towson, 57 in Baltimore, 54 your high today in Dundalk. In Hartford and Cecil counties, lower 50s, but it will feel a lot nicer than those 40s we've had for the last couple of days and all of that cloud cover that just makes it feel even colder. So here's our temperature tracker staying above average through Sunday. And look at that number on Sunday afternoon. We're going to be in the low to mid 60s, even though we have to deal with the wind and the rain. And then it's a quick drop off on Monday and Tuesday. We're right back into the upper 40s. So yeah, for that Ravens game right here on Fox 45, if you are heading out to do some tailgating or if you just want to go to the game, it's Ravens rain gear. That's what we got to make sure you're planning for, because those temps, even though they're in the 60s, will have to deal with rain for most of the game. Let's track it for you. This is the future scan for this afternoon. Notice Friday, 3 p.m. We're dry and we're good to go. Finally seeing that sun. We're going to get a little bit more cloud cover on Saturday, but the temperatures will stay mild. So we're looking at mid to upper 50s again, and then 60s on Sunday, but we get that southerly wind coming in ahead of that next weather maker. This is about 9 a.m. So the very beginning of the morning will be dry, but right by the time we get to about kickoff, that 1 and 2 o'clock hour, we'll see those showers develop and steady rain throughout the game. The heaviest rain really comes 7, 8 o'clock on Sunday night, and that's going to go from about 8 p.m. till about midnight into the overnight hours. And we're getting a good soaking rain. Could even hear some rumbles of thunder. Very dynamic weather maker here with all of that warm air coming in. And then spinning around as that low kind of shifts to the north and the east. Back behind that, we'll get some colder air. Now, the temperatures on the ground will be somewhat warm on Sunday that we won't have actual snow that will stick, but we could still see a few flakes flying around back behind this, especially as we get into Monday morning's commute. And then that wind and the colder air will be with us for Monday afternoon. So that's something we have to keep our eyes on, and we will. That's what we do here in the Weather Authority Forecast Center. 13 days until the first day of winter officially, 23 days until New Year's Eve, and Christmas in just 17 days from right now. Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree doing her thing. All right, so there's your 7-day for us. We're going to see those numbers that will continue to be in the mid to upper 50s and 60s through Sunday. Don't forget right there on the bottom of your screen, ding, you can see that little thing right there. Just take a picture of that QR code and boom, that app is in the palm of your hand.
And you heard it here first. Cold temperatures, they're here, and cars, well, they can be really needy when the temperature drops. Here's your friendly reminder to prep your car for the winter. Have your battery, washer fluid, wipers all checked. Make sure they're working properly. And then go ahead and get your tires checked before the snow and ice is in our weather forecast. But even in the best weather, tires will not perform if they're well or worn down.
6:50 and the Ravens, the Rams will be going head-to-head right here at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore. And if you're not going to the game this Sunday, you can watch it all. The action is right here on Fox 45. Pre-game coverage beginning at 11. Kickoff follows at 1. This is Baltimore's first game in 2 weeks since last week was a bye. The last 5 games are not going to be easy, but team leaders say the key for the Ravens is staying focused on what's in front of them right now.
We just can't get to the bigger picture. We have to take it one game at a time, and we express that to each other day in and day out, and it's just about going 1-0 for the week. And if we feel as we do that and play to the best of our ability, the sky's the limit. But we can't get ahead of ourselves. We've got a great matchup with LA this week, take care of that, and then we just go on from there. But the big focus right now is just this week.
And they're taking on the Rams. We want to see how you are cheering the Ravens on all season long. Go ahead, send us your favorite pictures and your videos of you rooting through the flock through that chime-in feature at foxbaltimore.com or the WBFF app. It is all powered by Stackla.
Well, tomorrow, Army-Navy, that's right. They'll be going head-to-head for the 124th time in one of the greatest rivalries in all sports. Both service academies are 5-6 on the year. Statistically, they're evenly matched. Army's offense is putting up 20.8 points per game. Navy's 18.3. Brian Newberry has taken part in the game as Navy assistant, and while he's in a different role as the midshipman's head coach, his goal remains the same.
You know, this is obviously a game that is the #1 priority for our program. It's important in so many ways. It's such an important game. You win this game going into the offseason, it's such great momentum. So it's important for a lot of reasons. But as far as its importance to me and its relevance to me, it's no different than it was before I was the head coach.
Well, kickoff between Army and Navy is scheduled for tomorrow at 3.
And week 14 of the NFL is here with a ton of good matchups ahead. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, Patrice Sanders will have an inside look at what teams are making a push to the playoffs in this week's Pigskin predictions.
Season of giving is here, and here at Fox 45, that means our countdown to Christmas contest. It's continuing. Stay tuned. Wait for your cue to call in sometime in our 7 o'clock hour, and you can try and win one of the gifts under the tree. While we're waiting.
Yeah, and while we're waiting, we definitely need to have a coffee break.
Join us. Come on. Friday morning coffee breaks. Making your headlines this Friday morning in California, Crime Stoppers are raising their reward for people who witness petty thefts.
Rich Rodriguez with our affiliate in Fresno explains why the cash amount is being doubled in December.
Porch pirates seem to get bolder every day. Crime Stoppers believes there should be consequences for crooks who steal delivery items. The same thing goes for people involved in smash and grabs. Crime Stoppers wants them caught, and your anonymous tip can get you $1,000.
Any information you can get, picture of the person, picture of their car, license plate, any detailed information that you think the law enforcement officers can use to help lead to that person's arrest, that's what we want to be submitted in that tip.
This is the first time Valley Crime Stoppers has raised the reward in December to catch petty theft suspects.
We are hoping that that additional $500 to make it $1,000 will help put people in a little bit better of a spirit to help us get these bad guys put away.
The retail community is fully behind the Crime Stoppers campaign for December.
They're so fed up. They really are. It's getting so bad. It's especially bad during the holidays. People don't want to pay for things. They want to just go in and grab stuff out of the store and leave.
Well, in Boston, thieves took porch pirating to a brand new extreme, stealing nearly 140 packages from one apartment building's mailroom. Video surveillance shows a man breaking into a secured room where packages are kept. Two other men follow him inside. Then all three just start yanking packages out, stealing a total of 138. Now residents are demanding the building beef up security.
It's not monitored safely enough to know that, as courtesy, people hold the doors open, but if there's security footages in the building, there needs to be precautions taken.
Well, experts say when living in an apartment building, sending your package to a trusted friend or using a parcel locker service like Amazon Locker are the best ways to prevent theft.
Now, last December, Fox 45 News brought you the story of a Baltimore man who's working to fight off porch pirates in a nearby neighborhood.
It's a problem many people in Baltimore City are familiar with, and it seems there's not much that can be done to stop them, and some residents, they're at a loss.
We can't leave packages for more than a couple minutes. Usually it's clothing, things of that nature that could be $100 to $300 clothing.
By the time I get the delivery notification from Amazon that it's out there within, 5-10 minutes or so, come out to the door, it's gone.
Alejandro Espinoza is taking a step back home from improvements and turning his focus to creating a safe lockbox to push back porch pirates.
So this is a prototype. I'm just focusing on making them tough, like resistant to the elements. Like if someone tries to break on it, they will break their hand before they can break into the box.
Anyone interested in purchasing one of the lock boxes can contact Alejandro directly. You can find his contact information right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45 News has done extensive coverage on quality of life crimes impacting Baltimore residents, including stolen packages and porch pirating. If you want to read more of our stories, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Starting today, the light rail service in Baltimore is suspended. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what happened and also the alternate transportation that's now being offered.
A fiery debate and controversial vote leaves city council members at odds. Straight ahead, why a second resolution stemming from the Israel-Hamas war was shot down.
And as we step a little bit closer to our weekend, we're tracking warmer temperatures, but also a lot of rain. We're going to be talking about it as our next weather maker rolls in. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, thank you for waking up with us on this Friday morning. It's 7 o'clock, December 8th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. The ring to Friday morning just sounds so good.
They do. It's amazing. Yeah. And will we have a good weather Friday, Saturday, this weekend?
Let's focus on today first. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, warmer today, possibly.
Like you're thinking, yep. We're going to have more sunshine, too, finally. Not cloud cover getting that out of here. Here's a look at your downtown Baltimore camera right before the sun comes up here this morning. We still have some clouds, and look, it is still cold as you make your way out this morning, so just be aware of that. But our temps today are going to climb nicely. A lot of us are right below freezing. 29 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 31 in Bel Air. We're at 32 in Woodlawn and 33 in Brooklyn Park. So overall today, yeah, it's still going to be cold for your run or your jog. 8, 9 o'clock hour if you're getting out there, layer up. But this afternoon, we're talking about 57, and it's about 7 degrees above average for this time of year. We'll talk about what we can expect for tomorrow and the next weather maker, which is a lot of rain coming in on Sunday. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Thank you, Justin. We're following breaking news this morning from Baltimore County. According to the Baltimore County Fire Department, a fire at a commercial building right on Reisterstown Road, Hanover Road, it's about 1300 block there, has been knocked down and then placed under control by emergency crews. You see the zooming in on the top right screen right there. We're live out there. The department says there are no injuries. Fire investigators are on the scene to try and find out what caused the fire.
December 8th, service on our light rail system will be suspended. We recognize that this is a critical transit service, and this is not a decision that we've taken lightly.
Well, today the light rail service will be temporarily suspended in Baltimore, and now commuters are voicing concerns over how they will get to work, to and from work.
That's right. Olivia Dance joins us live with a look at how light rail and a fire that happened on it months ago is now halting transportation today. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Taylor and Tom, that's right. Today is the first day that the light rail service is suspended, and it's unknown how long it will be shut down. You just saw that train drive by me right now, and it says, you know, you see a train here, but it does say not in service on it. And also, this is going to be impacting a lot of people that are going to work today, and then also fans that are going to the Ravens Stadium on Sunday for the game. The stadium is right next to the Hamburg station here, and we've actually already seen people this morning come to this station not knowing that the trains are shut down. You see there's just a couple signs here warning people with this news. But to give you some background, in the past 4 months, administrators say that heavy smoke consumed 3 light rail vehicles, and then in October, another vehicle exploded in fire. Administrators admit that previous inspections did not identify the scope of the problem. And during this shutdown, the MTA will inspect all 53 of its light rail vehicles.
We've done some visual inspections and have determined over the weekend that, again, it's a more systemic issue than what we thought, and that's where we need to pull the cars from service so we can inspect all the rail cars as quickly as possible.
News of the shutdown broke just hours after transportation officials announced $3.3 billion in budget cuts over the next 5 years. Senator Corey McCray questioning the cuts in a statement that reads in part, quote, "This news further exasperates the fact that we need to invest more in our public transit system due to failing infrastructure instead of taking away from it. I question why an issue that transportation officials classified as a known problem was not caught much earlier and resolved during a routine inspection," end quote. And many longtime riders are also reacting, some hardly surprised by the problems with this 30-year-old fleet.
Somebody's not doing their job. I mean, that it get this raggy.
I mean, every month, train breaking down, trees and stuff falling on the tracks, and all that kind of stuff. And people, I mean, people getting tired of it.
This is major. This is major. It's going to stop a lot of people from going to any job.
Again, there's just a few signs here at this Hamburg station reminding people that these light rail services will be suspended until further notice. And also starting today, the MTA will be offering a free shuttle bus along these light rail routes. But they say that the buses will take a lot longer than the trains to reach your destination. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Light rail announcement coming as the Department of Transportation is facing budget cuts, and Maryland faces an impending budget deficit.
Maryland transportation officials rolled out a transportation budget this week, and it will cut major highway transit construction projects. Fox 45 News has learned that the Moore administration is planning to up $3.3 billion in cuts already.
The transportation plan would also cut the budget for maintenance projects designed to keep the roads and bridges in good condition by 30%. MDOT also plans a 40% cut in state aid to locally operate transportation systems.
Well, reductions could even affect day-to-day operations such as mowing lawns, picking up litter, and fixing potholes. John Gonzalez with our affiliate in D.C. spoke to Robert McCarty, a retired Washington Post editor and the host of Think Regionally podcast, about how these budget cuts could impact Baltimore City.
I think one thing that Wes Moore is saving and protecting is the Red Line light rail project in Baltimore. That's a lot of money. That's a very expensive project, and he's protecting that. He promised to do that for Baltimore, which always felt like it got slighted when the Washington area got the purple line.
Perhaps the biggest proposed cut is a $1.6 billion hit over the next 6 years to highway construction.
Well, in a speech before Maryland County leaders, the governor addressed the budget cuts, stating that the state has had to make some difficult choices to deal with a budget gap he says his administration did not create. However, Governor Larry Hogan left the state with a budget surplus in the billions. When the deficit was announced in July, he tweeted about it, writing, "I'm saddened to see Maryland return to crushing deficits. In 8 years, we turned a record deficit into a record surplus." Former governor says Maryland can do it again with fiscal responsibility. Now, others say the budget gap has to do with the administration's spending.
Governor Moore came in the office. He made a lot of campaign promises, which meant spend a lot of money in a lot of targeted areas. Well, this year, the General Assembly did that stuff.
We want to take a timeline of the deficit that was outlined in the report from the Department of Legislative Services. In fact, I stepped out here. You can see these are the numbers that are highlighted here each year. At the end of 2025, it shows the state with a $418 million deficit. And then in 26, it grows to $572 million. 2027, $328 million deficit. And then bottom right corner there, you see it highlighted. In 2028, it will skyrocket to more than $1 billion, $1.8 billion, nearly $2 billion. Stay right here with Fox 45 News. We will continue following your tax dollars and hold state leaders accountable for spending.
I don't think I've ever seen us divided like this.
Baltimore City Council members are at odds after members voted no once again on a resolution condemning hate. This all stems from the Israel-Hamas war and comes 3 days after yet another failed vote on a different resolution to support Israel. Now, these are the 4 members that abstained from that vote, saying council needs to condemn all forms of hate, not just anti-Semitism. Those members brought their own resolution to the table last night, condemning atrocities from both sides of the war, but it wasn't enough, once again, to get the council to pass this resolution. Shannon Lilly's live in studio with a closer look at the fiery debate at City Hall. Shannon, tell us more about it.
Yeah, so these were tense moments, Taylor, that were witnessed at that city council meeting. And now council members are trying to move forward, going about the business of the city, seemingly, though, with a wedge between them. One council member, Felicia Porter, was visibly emotional after saying her life was actually threatened after voting against the initial resolution earlier this week. She and the 3 other council members who abstained from voting on that resolution Monday night brought forward a new resolution with a different message, condemning both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
We will not be silent. There have been many people in the city of Baltimore that have experienced hate, Jewish and also Islamic.
This resolution says to release hostages that are being held in Israel. I've never heard that before. The first time I've ever seen that was in this resolution.
Councilman Schleifer pointing out, quote, factual errors in the new resolution. He sponsored the initial bill, which called to condemn the Hamas terrorist attack and anti-Semitism. In the end, both his bill and this new resolution were struck down. Last night's vote, 7-5 against it. And then this from Council President Nick Mosby.
It's disgraceful that we're having this discussion today. We could have easily done like we've done before, supported our colleague, and come back and had unanimous support for some of the concerns that have been addressed today. And if my family member was in the Middle East or in the middle of East Baltimore, I would want you to stand up with me. That's why I voted yes, and that's why I'm voting no on this. This is not who we are.
a rare publicly seen admonishment of some council members over their actions. And now council members are just trying to move forward. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. After last night's vote, Councilman Yichi Slifer spoke with Fox 45 News. He called the entire ordeal surrounding this resolution disappointing.
We never believed that that would be controversial. I mean, the Jewish community has always stood alongside other communities, fighting hate anytime it's appeared anywhere. And we're going to continue to do so, but it is very painful and hurtful that the first resolution that's ever failed on this city council was one that was as simple as condemning anti-Semitism and condemning terrorism.
Well, the city council's decision follows a controversial statement in the state in the response to the war. The director of the Council of American Islamic Relations, Zanab Chaudhry, was reinstated to the state's hate crime commission. This was after a series of social media posts, including this one comparing Israel supporters to Nazis. Attorney General Anthony Brown said his office never had the power to suspend her, but he is working on getting that approval from the governor and the General Assembly.
Nonprofit CASA of Maryland is also facing backlash over its executive director's comments on the war, expressing his steadfast support for Palestine's relentless fight for freedom. CASA apologized, stating that the group was trying to shine a spotlight on the innocent Israeli and Palestinian families that are caught in this conflict, but they apologized for causing any pain and confusion. At the University of Maryland, words Holocaust 2.0 were written on a sidewalk during a pro-Palestine rally. The group organizing that rally condemned those words.
Well, stay with Fox 45 News as we continue to follow this developing story. You can find our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour. Hunter Biden has been indicted yet again. In our next half hour, we're taking a closer look at the federal charges the first son is facing. Could land him more than a dozen years behind bars.
Show me a lot of other places where parents drive their armed teenagers to school to settle a beef at a school.
Why one former police commissioner is hopeful about the city's state's attorney Ivan Bates' future following a shooting at Carver Vocational School. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The Carver Votech High School shooting created chaos for students, parents, and teachers. Two 15-year-olds and a 16-year-old were injured by gunfire as another student was beaten and pistol whipped. Police were able to quickly point to the suspects, a mother, a father, and their teen son. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Shooting and beating, they were caught on camera here, so hopefully that would move this along. I want to talk about the City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. He said he's been tougher on crime because this was all collected. He came out and said it. They've been indicted. Now, they're innocent until proven guilty, but he said this should be something that is easy to prosecute because of all the information they have. Do you think he needs to use this as a, hey, here you go, look at where we're going to handle this case and set the tone for the rest of the city?
I think so. I'm hoping he will. He's promised to do that. I think it's a step up. He's certainly, I think, better than what we had. So I'm really happy with him right now. So yeah, I think he should, and I think he will.
We've heard other city leaders, Mayor Brandon Scott. We've also heard of former Mayor Dixon talking about parents' responsibility. A lot of community groups say that it's about parents' responsibility. This video shows the parents taking their 15-year-old son, knowing that he's armed, to the school, helping them then do that shooting, taking him after he's shot back to the house. And it's all caught on surveillance videos throughout the neighborhoods and everything. Do you think this will give him more of a highlight then on parents' responsibility? And should they be charged even worse than the 15-year-old?
Well, yeah, I think they should. I hope they are. I just think it's such a wild commentary. It just underscores the problems of Baltimore, where, like, show me a lot of other places where parents drive their armed teenagers to school to settle a beef at a school, and then jump in and beat up and pistol whip, and the kid has a gun. It's like, this is far beyond a police problem when you have this.
Well, and that's a great point, right, as you just brought up, because he went after the one kid. Then when he went to go to the other one, that 15-year-old who's ready to go into school for the day had his own gun and shot back at him.
Yeah. How many kids have guns walking into that school? If you happen to have the one kid who's being chased, by a guy with a gun, he has his own gun. Like, what are we doing? Like, who is not checking these kids walking into school? Are they comfortable carrying pistols?
It's a culture, too. And the big question goes, should you have a school resource officer standing there? Because this is right out in front of the school doors. They weren't in the school yet. They were right on the sidewalk of the school and right around the front of the school. But should we have a school resource officer at that high school from now on, and maybe even metal detectors if you're able to carry a gun?
100%, sadly, but yes. I mean, you have to think about this as a parent. Would you want your kids in a school where kids are carrying guns? Say you have your good kid wants to learn something. They're going to school with kids carrying pistols. Yeah. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Ed Norris, we'll leave it right there. Thank you. Well, we are following some breaking news this morning from Baltimore County. According to Baltimore County Fire Department, a fire at a commercial building on Reisterstown Road in Old Hanover Road, the 1300 block there. You can see them. They were just coming down off of the roof. We've been live out there for the last 45 minutes kind of watching them fight this. They say they knocked it down. It's under control, but you can see it looks like a large barn or warehouse type of structure. Not exactly sure what that commercial property is, but keep asking some questions, see if we get some answers for you. The department says there were no injuries, but good news. Fire investigations are already on the scene, trying to figure out what exactly caused that fire. Now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast, and rain will be coming Sunday, but tomorrow and today looking pretty good.
I mean, real nice days, Tom, before we get to that next weather maker. Obviously, that's what we're tracking because it's going to impact all of us on Sunday. Obviously, Purple Friday, so we got the big Ravens game on Sunday afternoon, and it is going to be wet. But the heavy rain comes later after the game, and I'm going to talk about that in the future scan in just a moment. Right now, the sun is starting to come up as we are looking out from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, and it's still cold right now, so make sure those kids are bundled up and ready to go for school. Honk, honk, and the bus stop forecast, 30s this hour, lower 50s by noon, and into the mid to upper 50s for the later part of the day. So yeah, it will be mild. Now, 57 doesn't seem like warm, but considering we've been in the 40s for most of the week with that cloud cover around, it's going to feel a lot nicer out there. So maybe get out there and play some golf on your 4 forecast. 40 by 9 a.m., lower 50s through noon and into the mid to upper 50s across the region. Eastern Shore across the Bay Bridge, Chestertown, Stevensville in the 50s. 56 for my friends in Easton there in Talbot County. Right about 52 in Annapolis. Cecil County, you're at 52 in Elkton today. Right about 57 if you're hanging out there in Canton and Fells this afternoon. Heading to D.C., same number there, and almost 60 in Richmond for this afternoon. Man, great day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about VFR all day, visual flight rules. Big shout out to little Tommy over there. Did his solo cross country. Yeah, the 150 nautical mile cross country too. So he was out there, and it's a lot lighter when I'm out in the plane, right, Tom? A lot lighter. He says that like it's almost a little, like a dig, but whatever. It's all good. A lot lighter. That's what he says. All right, here's our Ravens cast. Goodbye. As we take a look at Sunday afternoon, obviously the Rams are in town. They play in that, L.A. covered stadium. These are LA people, whatever. Yeah, it's Baltimore, man. We're talking about rain. Now, we've got 60s, so our temperatures are kind of mild. It's not going to be a real cold rain, but it is going to rain. This is our future scan. Beautiful today. Tomorrow, little bit more cloud cover coming in on Saturday afternoon, but our temperatures are staying above average. Here comes the rain again, just like the Eurythmics said, and you can see in our future scan, 9 a.m., a few of those showers right there moving from west to east. As we take you to about 1, 2 o'clock, this is kickoff, you'll see those showers develop. The wind will pick up as well, but watch this. The heaviest rain comes about 7, 8 o'clock on Sunday night, right as that cold front is moving through. And then between 8 and about midnight, we're going to see the potential for some heavier rain showers as we get into the overnight hours. Behind that, the cold air mixing in could bring a kind of mix of rain and snow for your Monday morning drive. And then we're going to be colder and breezy on Monday to kick off the new week. All right, quick shout out to Trish Eskins. That is Hunter, ready to celebrate Christmas. Look at that doggy with a bow tie and the Christmas tree in the background. Love it. Thank you so much for that, Trish. We appreciate that. Your pet picks at JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com for your holiday pet picks. There we go. Ravens, 1 o'clock on Fox 45 this Sunday. And then check those numbers next week back to December-like conditions with drier air in place. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. We're giving you a live look here. An accident report in Laurel on BW Parkway traveling north. Right near Maryland 197. Left lane is currently blocked. You can't really make it out from these cameras right here. But you can see on the map where the red and the yellow is running right through the middle of your screen.
Well, it is lit in our studio. The menorah is at least lit for 2 nights. We've got our 9 o'clock hour. We're going to show you how to make a traditional Jewish dish served during Hanukkah.
I like that. We are lit here. Yeah, it's the most wonderful time of year for a deal. Coming up next in today's hometown hotspot, we're heading to Annapolis Mall to check out their holiday festivities, as well as some last-minute gift options. 7:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
Well, from photos with Santa to gift ideas, even Christmas trees, the holidays are happening at Westfield Mall.
Yeah, and we were talking with marketing director for Westfield Annapolis, Morgan McLeod, for the details on everything that's going on. And this mall, you do lots of things. I saw some YouTube hide and seekers out there and lots of things around the Halloween all the way through Christmas.
Thank you guys so much for being here. We have live performances here from Outlet Dance, who are popping up throughout the holiday season to surprise and delight our customers. We have the most amazing Santa experience that we can't wait to show you. We actually moved our Santa experience inside a space this year, which is really special, really magical, so intimate. We've had the most wonderful feedback from our customers, and we really welcome everyone to come and see. And I think one of the most exciting things as well is we have our elves back. I don't know if you guys remember from last year, but they are also surprising and delighting customers throughout the holiday season.
Well, yeah, tell us more about those Merry Maker elves. What does that exactly mean? And those dancers are really killing it up behind you.
Yes, so the elves are popping up. We don't tell customers when they're coming, but they have little gifts. They have candy canes. They take pictures with the little ones. We also have them stationed inside of our Annapolis, our magical holiday experience. So while you're waiting in line, they'll be giving you surprise gifts and many different things. But the most magical part of our season is Santa. He is inside of our space. We have activities for you guys to play with, coloring. We have many retailers that are popping up throughout this center inside of this space. Yeah. And it's just absolutely magical.
Morgan, thank you so much. I mean, the dancers, ballerina and the other dancers, they may have been listening to their own different music, but that was phenomenal to be able to do that in the quiet, because of lawyers and music rights. But thank you very much, and I'm sure it's wonderful when you hear the music and watch them dance when you're down there at Westfield Mall.
Absolutely. And we'll put more information on our website, fox44.com/newslinks. We'll see a bit of a warm-up today and tomorrow, but will that warmer weather stick around for the Ravens game on Sunday? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your game day forecast just ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning and happy Friday to you this December 8th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly when the rain will be coming over your neighborhood.
That's right. We've got our morning stretch on. We're ready to go. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
It's a Purple Friday, so you know what? I was like, let's do a pre-stretch. So I've got the Moulin Rouge soundtrack all ready to go. Excited about that show being here at the Hippodrome for the next, I'd say, week or so. Good morning to all of you. Looking at the Towson camera right now. Look at that shot. That sun coming up over the buildings in Towson. Now, it's still cold. You can see those numbers on the right side of your screen. A lot of us in the 20s and 30s right now. As you step outside statewide, you can see those numbers continuing to be near freezing in Bel Air and Chestertown, just below freezing. Right at 34 in Baltimore City, up into Westminster. 36 your number as you step out in Annapolis. So check that number, though, for today. 57, much warmer than we've been the last couple of days. So instead of 40s, we're talking about mid to upper 50s. And we're going to keep that trend going tomorrow. However, Sunday is going to be rainy, but check the number there, 64. So even though the rain is coming, we've got mild air that'll be in place. Now, that could impact us in the way of thunderstorms in December. I'm going to explain more about that in about 15 minutes from right now.
All right, we continue following the breaking news this morning from Baltimore County. Taking a look on your right side, the left is showing you the map where this says it's actually happening in the lumberyard, the Reisterstown Lumber Company behind it. You can see as our photographer pulls back out, you see the damage there on the top of those major warehouses that are in the back. So you can imagine how bad that could have been had that really been engulfed. But we're hearing that this commercial building right here at the Reisterstown Lumber Yard behind there in the back part of their property is the part that they were able to knock down the fire, and they've contained it, and it looks like they even are coming back off of the roof and bringing down all their emergency equipment. So hopefully that is over now. The department says that there were no injuries, thankfully, and the fire investigators are already on the scene. They're trying to figure out exactly what sparked that initial fire. From Baltimore City to the county and beyond, Fox 45 News continues following reports of young people stealing vehicles and committing other crimes.
This week, Fox 45 News learned 4 teens were arrested after an armed carjacking in Druid Hill Park. Police tell us the driver was working for a rideshare company, and the suspects used that app to call the driver before assaulting him and stealing his car.
Last month, an 18-year-old from Lancaster, Pennsylvania was murdered during a Facebook Marketplace meeting in Baltimore City. Police say the 18-year-old seller of the car shot and killed the teen who didn't want to buy it. U.S. Marshal Service says deputies are getting more involved in tracking down young people who are wanted for violent crimes.
But whenever there's a situation where the person is presenting a threat to public safety, where their crimes directly influence people's decisions whether they want to leave the house or not, something has to be done, and that's why the United States Marshal Service is involved. We want to work with our local partners to take these violent individuals off the street, regardless of their age.
Well, here in Baltimore, yet another shocking carjacking caught on camera. It appears to show what two carjackers ambushing a man pulling into his driveway.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with how the number of crimes and calls for change have yet to lead to a plan from lawmakers addressing this problem. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, this carjacking caught on camera actually happened in Senate President Bill Ferguson's district, who says that he is confident in lawmakers' ability to address problems like this, but details on a crime plan haven't been released yet.
What's very clear to me is we're going to fix this problem. Right now, we've got to send the message that to be very, very clear to young people, this can't continue. This will not continue.
So let's take a look at this new video, which shows just how fast someone can have their car stolen from them. A South Baltimore man is seen pulling into his driveway. Carjackers are ready and waiting for an opportunity to strike. A red car blocks the driver in and puts what looks like a gun up to the window. Another person pulls the driver out of the car, and in just seconds, the two suspects drive away, leaving the victim distraught. Fox 45 News dug into the data from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. In District 46 from 2022 to now, car thefts increased 166%. But in Ferguson's Patterson Park neighborhood, car thefts are up more than 380%. So as crime seems to be skyrocketing, we're all anxiously waiting to see how lawmakers will address it. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Hunter Biden, the son of the sitting president of the United States, is now facing up to 17 years in prison. That is if he is convicted on all charges in the sweeping federal tax investigation.
Let's get straight over to Shannon Lilly in our live center with what we're learning. Shannon.
Yeah, this indictment was made public, guys, late last night. It includes 9 criminal charges ranging from a failure to file and pay taxes, evasion of assessment, and even a false or fraudulent tax return charge. Now, prosecutors say the charges come after Hunter failed to pay at least $1.4 million in self-assessed federal taxes between 2016 and 2019. They say he had the money to pay, and in fact, they say he made $7 million during that time span through various business ventures. Now to a live look, as this morning the White House has no comment on the charges. They're referring back to Hunter's team. Hunter's lawyer quickly releasing a statement. It reads in part, quote, "The U.S. attorney has piled on 9 new charges when he had agreed just months ago to resolve this matter with a pair of misdemeanors," end quote. The lawyer is likely referring to the highly criticized plea deal related to gun charges that fell apart, you'll remember, over the summer. Hunter Biden also already faces criminal charges in Delaware related to a gun purchase. His attorney says charges in the 2 cases would have never been brought if his client's last name was anything other than Biden. We'll continue to follow this for you and track any new developments right here from the Live Center. Taylor?
All right, thanks, Shannon. Transportation troubles are piling up after a fiery explosion blows Baltimore City light rail out of service entirely. How long this suspension could last?
And the bad birds of Baltimore are back at the bank this weekend, taking on the Rams, where you can catch the game as well as a look at the rest of the Ravens season. 7:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Well, this weekend, Fox 45 has you covered for all things sports, starting with college basketball. Tomorrow at 11:30, Syracuse takes on Georgetown in our nation's capital. And then at 1:30, watch Alabama and Purdue go head-to-head. At 7 p.m., UCLA will travel to Philly to take on Villanova. And rounding out your night in terms of college basketball, Notre Dame and Marquette will face off at 9 p.m.
Oh, in the middle of all that college basketball, you can watch the Major League Soccer annual championship game right here on Fox 45. Los Angeles FS and Columbus Crew, they'll be going head-to-head, and that is at 4 o'clock.
And then on Sunday, the Ravens and Rams go head-to-head right here in Baltimore. So if you're not going to the game, where can you watch the action? Of course, right here on Fox 45. Pre-game coverage begins at 11 a.m., kickoff at 1 p.m. This is Baltimore's first game in like 2 weeks since there was a bye week, so we're rooting for them hard this weekend.
After this weekend, the Ravens will be heading to Jacksonville to take on the Jaguars. That game Sunday night, December 17th at 8:20. Then Christmas, they travel to San Francisco to go head-to-head with the 49ers. Kickoff also a night game at 8:15. To finish out 2023, the Ravens will play right here at home on New Year's Eve against Miami Dolphins. That game begins at 1.
Well, let's take a look at where the AFC North currently stands heading into Week 14. The Ravens, check them out, top spot here, 9-3. The Browns are next, 7-5. The Steelers are 7-6, and the Bengals, 6-6. Now, the Patriots last night, they had an interesting game, but both right now are 7-7 as we head into this game.
When taking a look at the AFC as a whole, the Ravens are no longer the top seed. They're tied with the Dolphins, but now the Dolphins hold the title because they have a better conference record despite the same overall record. Chiefs and Jaguars next at 8-4. They both face losses this week. Then the Steelers and Browns follow at 7-5.
Hotel stays in downtown Baltimore take a nosedive, but money is still going towards keeping them afloat. Still ahead this morning, the millions of taxpayer dollars going to one hotel.
Besides clearing out your sinuses, there are a lot of health benefits associated with wasabi. How the spicy green condiment can actually help improve your memory. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
Well, you may pair it with your sushi, and now researchers are hailing this spicy superfood as a memory booster. Joining us this morning, Dr. Chris Dodamo, director of the University of Maryland School of Medicine Integrative Medicine Center. Good morning to you. Now, this new study finds that eating wasabi boosts short-term and long-term memory. Give us some context to the study. What might be driving that?
So it looks like wasabi is the latest spice to have some profound health benefits, particularly cognition. There's a component in wasabi called 6-MSI-TC. And what that does is has anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties that are likely protecting regions of the brain involved in cognition.
What's really interesting about this study is although it was a small survey, it looked at adults 60 to 80, and the statistical findings were pretty impressive. Explain exactly what researchers found.
Sure. So they found that both short and longer term cognitive function were improved. And this was placebo controlled. So it was a well-designed study. And it's also worth noting that these were healthy older adults that didn't really have major cognitive issues. So that's also pretty impressive in terms of what this means for the population at large.
And so as they looked at the timing of the study over 3 months, what did they see at the end of that 3rd month for the group that was not the placebo group, the test group?
Sure. So they saw a little less than 20% increase in cognitive function, which is impressive. So this is a meaningful finding.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. We'll continue to follow this and keep you updated. All right.
Take care.
Thank you.
7:46, and it is a Friday morning, and while you're getting the kids off to school, you may have a few hours to do what you want. You may want to go outside right now.
That's right. Let's check with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast.
I love sushi, but the wasabi, I can't have too much of it because it's too spicy.
Maybe just small quantities, or maybe mix it up in like a shake. Some people put it in smoothies.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Never thought of that. All right, cool. Good morning. If you're hey, maybe you're having sushi for breakfast. Hey, there's no judgment here. We eat a lot of strange stuff in the morning time. Our Taos and Cam, good morning to all of you. It's cold right now. Tom talked about going outside. You got to make sure to get the jacket before you make your way out. We're still hanging out near freezing, 34 in Towson, but later today it will be quite a bit warmer. In fact, we're going to add about 23 degrees to this number in terms of your highs. And check out the next 12 hours. Those numbers steadily rising, 51 by noontime, in the mid to upper 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. And that's going to feel quite a bit warmer considering we've had days in a row where we've been in the 40s with that cloud cover around. The biggest difference today is a lot more sunshine. So a mild afternoon with temperatures above average. Sun will be up until 4:44. This is about as early as that sunset is, kind of hangs near this time for next week or two as we get closer to that winter solstice. And then we actually start to get some longer daylight hours past the solstice. All right, so looking at those temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the low to mid 50s for you this afternoon, 57 down through Fed Hill, 54 at Edgemere and Sparrows Point. Numbers in the lower 50s for you in Bel Air, up into Perryman, 52 in Northeast, rising sun right about 51 as that sun has risen. And my friends in the Eastern Shore, 55 there in Chestertown today, Centerville at 56, Rock Hall 53. And overall, right at those low to mid 50s for a lot of us for the afternoon. So again, that's going to be the big difference. Now, the next weather maker, the rain. And obviously, big Ravens game right here on Fox 45 Sunday afternoon. But if you're heading to the game, you look at those numbers, you think, all right, cool, mild, 60s. But we've got to deal with rain starting at kickoff and through most of the game as well. We're good to go today and tomorrow. In fact, a lot of sun today, more cloud cover tomorrow, even with those milder temperatures. And then Sunday, the wind is going to pick up. And right about 9 a.m., you're going to start to see those showers move from west to east, moving into Baltimore City and County by about 1 p.m. And again, those rain showers steady through the course of the game. Now about 7, 8 o'clock is when the heaviest rain comes in. So that's good. We can get everybody out of the stadium and everybody home buckled in for the evening because we've got a lot of rain that's going to happen overnight right through midnight, that heavy rain here. Then the colder air comes in behind that. So Monday morning's commute could be a little bit messy with the potential for a rain-snow mix as that colder air works in. It quickly dries out, though. The wind will pick up and we'll see those colder temperatures early next week. Just 13 days until that winter solstice, 17 days until Christmas, and we're 23 days from New Year's Eve with MLK Day coming up in 38 days from right now. Man, how time flies when you're having fun. So here's that 7-day forecast for you. 50s and even 60s through the weekend, but we're right back to December numbers next week, even though we dry out and calm down into Tuesday and Wednesday of next week as well.
Great. Thanks, Justin. Let's go ahead and check your Lynn Stiller traffic network, taking a live look at I-6095 northbound at Liberty Road, where things are moving much better this hour. Right now, it's only going to take you about 9 minutes to get from the top of the JFX down to President Street.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I love like the fireworks. It's beginning to look and sound maybe like Christmas in Charm City. The familiar faces of very important guests from the North Pole who attended last night's monument lighting right in Mount Vernon.
And Fox 45 Morning News is sprucing things up here. We're around the break. You're going to have a chance to win one of today's countdown to Christmas gifts.
We should get some fireworks in here.
We
right?
should. We should. You know the best way to get the fireworks going on in your brain?
I see what you did there with the caffeine.
Coffee.
Well, it's the holiday season. Baltimore is kicking off their celebrations with the 52nd annual Mount Vernon Place Monument lighting.
Well, thousands attended the lighting and fireworks show emceed by our very own Patrice Sanders.
Fox 45 photojournalist Carlos Alvarez spoke with some of the attendees, including some very special guests straight from the North Pole.
Christmas is coming. It's not very far away at all.
We come right here and we try to stay by the fountain every year, and children come by and adults come by, and we have lots of fun and we take tons of pictures. And it's all free. It's all here available to the residents of Baltimore and the surrounding areas, and we are proud and happy to be here again this year.
Like a little girl at heart, and I love the fireworks right after they light up the monument, so I'm really excited for that.
This is our second year, and hopefully it won't be our last. Last year we did well. I really enjoyed it, so I was like, let's do it again this year. This is a great time. This is a good time. I'm glad to see people out. More people are coming, so I'm excited. I'm just super excited about the lights like everybody else.
Thank you so much.
People being out and being happy and pushing back against the clouds and this and the dreariness and being light and happy.
3, 2, 1.
And who doesn't? It's a great way to start the season. Happy holidays to everybody. Baltimore's great. Stick with Baltimore.
Well, it is that time to open our next gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway. Here we go.
Yep.
All right.
First, we open the gift. Then when you see it, you get to call in and try and win this gift. So you want to go ahead and open it up for us, Taylor? Has a little bit of weight to it when she picked it up.
It did. But it maybe will allow you to take some weight off. And,
look at this. PJs. Matching PJs,
How about
too.
that? Oh, there's a full set. Okay.
Oh,
There's
no
maybe
way.
another one. This is another one. And also comes with a card.
This is Sleep Soundly this holiday season in new pajamas. In fact, this Levert pajama pack includes 2 sets of adult pajamas and 1 set of child pajamas there. All the items together worth $120. And you can kind of see why. It feels really nice.
It does. That is the weight to it. It's probably the quality.
Elastic. Yeah, and you can find all these items right there at Amazon, Walmart, Target, and Kohl's.
All right. Well, look, now's your time to call in. The number on your screen, 410-469-8308. Caller number 10 gets to take these lovely pajamas home.
Kids' material's better than the adults.
Oh, wow. You know what? The whole family. This
Feel
looks
that
like
slick?
a Christmas card, okay? So if you don't have yours yet.
Yeah, not bad at all. Look at that. Getting into the spirit right here at Fox 45. Well, we can expect some sunshine today and tomorrow, but not the same for Sunday. How the rain could impact the Ravens game coming up Justin Chambers has this coming up in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas at the Annapolis Mall. In today's hometown hotspot, we're checking out all of the holiday happenings, as well as we get to meet maybe Santa, maybe some elves. Stick with us. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Was that an elf?
Smell like meat.
Starting today, the light rail service in Baltimore is suspended. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about what happened and the alternate transportation that's now being offered.
And coming up, another resolution condemning hate stemming from the war in the Middle East shot down. Why this was such a divisive vote and why city council members voted no, that's ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Straight up 8 o'clock on this Friday morning, December 8th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. I'm feeling it. It's Purple Friday. Ravens are back in.
Yeah? Oh, yeah.
Well,
a lot going on.
Yeah.
And we have some sun today and tomorrow.
That's right, but may not last. Meteorologist Justin Chambers to look at our forecast.
Yeah, the next weather maker that we're tracking, T-squared, is the rain that's going to be coming in on Sunday for that Ravens game. So, yeah, let's enjoy a Purple Friday with plenty of sunshine that is out there right now from our downtown Baltimore shot. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam looking pretty good right now. It's still cold when you step out. You can check out those numbers. Some of us still below freezing in Cockeysville and Bel Air, even out toward the Eastern Shore in Chestertown. 35 Baltimore City right now. 38 in Annapolis, but we've dropped to 29 in Columbia. So you're out and about, cast 30s and 40s for the next couple of hours, upper 40s by 11. That's going to surpass our high from yesterday. And then we keep those numbers going up with low to mid 50s, even upper 50s for our high this afternoon. We'll drop to 41 tonight, back to 57 again tomorrow. We are tracking that next weather maker. We're going to show you the rain and how it's going to impact all of us on Sunday and how could see some thunderstorms as well. We'll talk about that in a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. We want to bring you back out to that breaking news we've been following for more than an hour now. Reisterstown Lumber Company on Hanover Road. Yeah, that fire crews are still there. In fact, one of the back warehouses, according to some of the people that work there, they say the Trust's warehouse caught fire. They're open right now. It's completely out. Everybody's safe. No injuries. They're still just investigating what happened. So you can see the fire department there at the scene, and our photographer Megan just zoomed in right there. You can see the top of those warehouses where the damage was. But they wanted to let you know Reisterstown Lumber Company is open, and they'll be open tonight until 5 o'clock. So they hope to see you out there.
December 8th, service on our light rail system will be suspended. We recognize that this is a critical transit service, and this is not a decision that we've taken lightly.
No, today the light rail service will be temporarily suspended. It is already in Baltimore, and now commuters are voicing concerns. You see the blast right here, and that's why they suspended it right now.
Yeah,
but they're worried about how they're going to get to and from work.
I mean, that's the major concern here. Olivia joins us live right now with a look at how that fire that had happened months ago is now halting transportation today.
Hey, Taylor and Tom, that's right. Today is the first day that the light rail service is suspended, and it's unknown how long it will be shut down, impacting people going to work and also fans going to the Ravens game on Sunday who would usually get off at this Hamburg Street station, which you can see is right next to M&T Bank Stadium. We've seen people already show up to the station this morning who didn't realize that the train was shut down. There's just a couple signs here and occasional announcements over the speakers here reminding riders of this suspension. But to give you some background, in the past 4 months, administrators say that heavy smoke consumed 3 light rail vehicles, and then in October, another vehicle exploded in fire. Administrators admit that previous inspections did not identify the scope of the problem, and during this shutdown, the MTA will inspect all 53 of its light rail vehicles.
We've done some visual inspections and have determined over the weekend that, again, it's a more systemic issue than what we thought, and that's where we need to pull the cars from service so we can inspect all the rail cars as quickly as possible.
News of the shutdown broke just hours after transportation officials announced $3.3 billion in budget cuts over the next 5 years. Senator Corey McCray questioning the cuts in a statement that reads in part, quote, "This news further exasperates the fact that we need to invest more in our public transit system due to failing infrastructure instead of taking away from it. I question why an issue that transportation officials classified as a known problem was not caught much earlier and resolved during a routine inspection," end quote. Many longtime riders are also reacting, some hardly surprised by the problems with the 30-year-old fleet. I also spoke with a rider who showed up at the station this morning, not knowing that it was shut down.
Yeah, definitely try to find another situation to get to work. Other than that, can't do anything else.
Somebody's not doing their job. I mean, that it get this waggy.
I mean, every month, train breaking down, trees and stuff falling on the tracks, and all that kind of stuff. And people getting tired of it.
This is major. This is major. It's going to stop a lot of people from going to any job.
And one last look here at one of 2 signs here, just reminding people of this suspension until further notice. Also starting today, the MTA will offer free shuttle buses along the light rail route, but they admit that the bus will take a lot longer than the train to reach your destination. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
I don't think I've ever seen us divided like this.
Baltimore City Council members are at odds after, once again, some members vote no on a resolution condemning hate from the Israel-Hamas war. Mind you, this comes 3 days after a failed vote on a different resolution to support Israel. These are the 4 members that abstained from that vote, saying the council needs to condemn all forms of hate, not just anti-Semitism.
Those members brought their own resolution to the table last night, condemning atrocities from both sides, but it wasn't enough. And once again, the council failed to pass the resolution. Shannon Lilly is joining us live in studio this morning with a closer look at the fiery debate that unfolded at City Hall. Shannon.
Yeah, these were tense moments, Tom, that were witnessed at that city council meeting. And now council members are trying to move forward, going about the business of the city, seemingly, though, with a wedge between them. One council member, Felicia Porter here, was visibly emotional after saying her life was actually threatened after voting against the initial resolution earlier this week. She and 3 other council members who abstained from voting on that resolution Monday night brought forward a new resolution with a different message condemning both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
We will not be silent. There have been many people in the city of Baltimore that have experienced hate, Jewish and also Islamic.
This resolution says to release hostages that are being held in Israel. I've never heard that before. The first time I've ever seen that was in this resolution.
Councilman Schleifer there pointing out, quote, factual errors in the new resolution. He sponsored the initial bill, which called to condemn the Hamas terrorist attack and anti-Semitism. In the end, both his bill and this new resolution were struck down. Last night's vote, 7-5 against it. And then this from Council President Nick Mosby.
It's disgraceful that we're having this discussion today. We could have easily done like we've done before, supported our colleague, and come back and had unanimous support for some of the concerns that have been addressed today. And if my family member was in the Middle East or in the middle of East Baltimore, I would want you to stand up with me. That's why I voted yes, and that's why I'm voting no on this. This is not who we are.
A rare publicly seen admonishment of some council members over their actions. Now council members are just trying to move forward. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Stay right here with Fox 45 News. We follow this developing story. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Coming up, a $1 million grant for the city-owned Hilton Baltimore. What the Baltimore Spending Board is proposing and how some are reacting to the hotel's continued need for aid.
And Washington, D.C. announces a new crime tracking center, how it works with Prince George's County to deter and follow crime. Straight ahead.
Temperatures in the 30s statewide right now. It's still cold when you make your way out, but we've got a warmer day ahead. Plus, we're tracking our next weather maker and how it will impact your Sunday afternoon plans.
Our next weather maker, it's approaching.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joins us now with the incoming rain.
We've been talking about it all week and all morning as well. The heavy rain and potential thunderstorms as well as we get into Sunday late afternoon and evening. Right now, looking at our Towson camera, zoomed in a little bit, but we still have the cloud cover out there, and it is still on the chilly side of things. The temperatures on the right side of your screen show you that, yeah, you definitely have to grab a jacket before you head out. And the sunglasses for later today, as we do expect more sunshine. No need for the umbrella today, but all of that rain gear will be needed on Sunday. So out for a run or a jog today or tomorrow. In the mornings, cooler or cold, but eventually seeing some 40s by about 10 a.m. and pretty nice days today and tomorrow to do stuff outdoors. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about what we can expect with that weather maker and how it's going to be for the big game.
Yeah, I mean, the Steelers game last weekend was delayed because of the lightning that was happening. It was weird, yeah. Coming up, your NFL weekend predictions, all the matchups, kickoffs, and game previews, as well as some big news ahead for the Ravens' big game against the Rams Sunday. That's coming up at the end of the hour.
And $1 million grant for the Hilton Baltimore Inner Harbor Hotel. Why the Baltimore Spending Board's considering this cash infusion and how some are reacting after the break. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8:15 and Baltimore Spending Board grants $1 million for city-owned hotel that has already received $23 million. Now, since the pandemic, the city has covered $23 million in debt service for that hotel and has struggled financially since Mayor Martin O'Malley started the project in 2005. Now it looks like another $1 million more of your taxpayer funding will go to it. Joining us today to break down all those numbers, Adam Andrzejewski, CEO and founder of OpenTheBooks.com. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Tom.
We just recently heard Mayor Brandon Scott say he's open for any suggestions, even selling this hotel. Former Mayor Jack Young proposed that same idea in 2015. Can you explain the city-owned hotel? What was the city thinking back in the day for the city to build and then own its own hotel?
Well, it was for economic development, Tom. The city wanted this hotel to be the centerpiece of tourism and convention business in Baltimore. But the convention business is highly competitive from city to city. The convention business in Baltimore has never materialized, and this hotel is underwater. It owes up to $300 million worth of debt on its bonds.
Adam, during the pandemic, we know the hotel shut for almost a year and was finally used even as a field hospital. Even that was not very big response also coming in. The city has paid for its bonded debt ever since. How much taxpayer money are we talking about to cover the hotel bonds?
So to cover the hotel bonds, because you're right, the city's on the hook for up to $7 million a year. And starting in 2022, the city started covering $7 million. Tom, I want to put that number in perspective. Yeah. The only way that this hotel gets solvent to be able to cover its own bonded debt is if Taylor Swift came into Baltimore for 47 straight nights and sold that hotel out. They charge a little less than $200 per night. It's got about 750 rooms. That's $150,000 a night in revenue. To hit $7 million, she'd have to sell out 47 straight days.
Yeah, she'd be the only one that probably would be able to do that. So this new payment then, nearly $1 million, what's that being used for?
Well, this is very troubling for local taxpayers. The $1 million, according to the city documents, is going to go for consultants, lawyers, and accountants to file audits on this place and other line items in the city of estimates budget. So look, you're not even getting good value for the $1 million.
No. So I guess agreeing with some of those previous mayors and the current one that selling it may be the best option. Adam Andrzejewski, openthebooks.com, always looking in and giving us some facts about the figures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we want to go over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. Yeah, he's looking at the forecast for us, and the hotel's not too far from where you're standing.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. And we were talking about temperatures that are chilly right now. We still have some of the clouds that are hanging around at this time and temperatures that are still on the cooler side as well. You can always check those right there on the right side of your screen. But 35 here on your MetroCast day planner. We'll see those numbers that will climb to the lower 50s by noon. That'll be warmer than we were at any time yesterday. We only made it to 45 yesterday afternoon. And the good news is, even though we have some clouds this morning, we do expect to see a lot more sunshine later today and temperatures that will climb to the mid to even upper 50s. Now, it's a nice change here across central Maryland. 55 Chestertown, 53 in Stevensville, lower 50s in Annapolis with mid 50s for you in Columbia and Laurel this afternoon, all the way up into Westminster. A little colder to the north of New York and Philly, but warmer as you go south, almost 60 in Richmond today and 54 if you are heading down the ocean. Good day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about VFR all day, visual flight rules today and tomorrow. Sunday's not going to be the day to fly because we'll have to deal with IFR, MVFR, maybe even LIFR because we have the rain that's coming in, even though our temps will be kind of on the milder side. This is their Ravens cast. And Sunday afternoon, of course, the Ravens right here on FOX45 this weekend as the Rams are in town. Lower 60s at kickoff, but look at the rain that's going to be through most of the game. Here's the good news about that. The heaviest rain and the potential thunderstorms is going to be well after the game is over. Let's talk about that with our future scan. Friday afternoon, this is what we look like. Not much. A beautiful day for sure. And Saturday is really not looking too bad either with a few more clouds rolling in. This is ahead of the next weather maker. All right, here it comes. Left side of your screen. We'll see some of those showers right there about 8 and 9 o'clock in Sunday morning. I'll get my day straight. This is Sunday at 9 o'clock in the morning. Those showers moving from west to east right across the area. And this is 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. So between 1 and 4, we expect kind of a steady rain. And look at the red lines. That's the wind. So gusty wind as well. Hopefully we can maybe do some ground game stuff and have to watch for kicking, you know, Mr. Tucker out there. Here's a look at our future scan, though, Sunday night. This is 8 o'clock, and that's when the heaviest rain is going to be with us through the overnight hours as this large area of low pressure and associated cold front moves through. This is early Monday morning. And look at the little blue mixed in with the green. Some of the models do have the potential of kind of a wintry mix that could be an issue for your Monday morning commute. But by Monday, late morning into the afternoon, all of that is pushing out of here. We'll see the wind pick up and that drier air will move in as well. Shout out to Trish Eskins. That is Hunter the dog, ready for Christmas with the Christmas bow and the tree in the background. Thank you so much, Trish, for sending that picture in. Love to get your pet pics too. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. All right, yeah, Ravens right here on Fox 45. If you can't make it to the game or if you don't want to get out in the rain, you can watch it here. And then we're back to the upper 40s next week, but drier conditions, and we'll start to be a little bit more calm into Tuesday and Wednesday as well.
Thank you, Justin. Washington, D.C. launching a new crime-fighting initiative called the Real-Time Crime Center.
D.C. police will run the center, and a staff will monitor the district's network of more than 300 closed-circuit cameras 24 hours a day. The announcement comes as crime spikes in the district.
We have to have more technology to balance off not having the number of people resources that we have had in past years. So no camera will replace a live police officer, but it does enhance the force's ability to be in more places.
The Real-Time Crime Center is expected to launch in February.
With Christmas right around the corner, it's time to break out the holiday drinks and some food. After the break, we're looking at some of the best places for some festive cocktails and chow.
And still on its way, our Countdown to Christmas giveaway. Stick around for your chance to win one of today's prizes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8:25, and after a long day of Christmas shopping, you got to find the food.
And we're talking with General Manager of Westfield Annapolis, Steve Starpoulis, along with the General Manager of Stony River, Samantha Van Stolen, with all of the festive cocktails and food. Good morning.
Good morning. We're here from Westfield Annapolis bringing the holiday cheer. I'm with Sam and Brianna to talk over some holiday drinks.
Hello, how are you? We are going to be featuring our Gold Rush today. It is going to have equal parts Bullet Rye whiskey and apple brandy. It will have a ½ an ounce of Domaine de Canton liqueur, a ½ an ounce of vanilla syrup, and lastly a ¼ ounce of lemon juice. You're going to shake that over ice and serve that with a cinnamon stick. It's a beautiful holiday cocktail to be served in our dining room or our private rooms that we have available to be booked. We are still taking events for the month of December, and you can't really go wrong with this beautiful cinnamon drink.
Yeah, and Sam, real quick, is this just a limited time then where you can get this drink, and is it on special?
It is a seasonal cocktail that we will be featuring for the rest of this season. It is so delicious. We do have happy hour at our bar, but not a particular special on this drink alone. I'm passing it over to Steve so he can be the official taste tester.
Oh, he's got the rough job this morning.
Let us know how it is.
Right here.
He's going to twist his arm for him.
Right.
Oof, that is good. That's the holidays in a glass.
And you just smell the cinnamon, but you don't really taste it then, I guess, because the stick went in just for the odor.
Right, leave the kids to shop, grab the drink.
Aromatics.
Yes, the aromatics, that's right. Makes it a complete drink for us. All right, and of course, it's all happening at Westfield Mall, and you can get into the spirit with some spirits.
That sounds good to me. We'll be checking back in with you guys. Thanks for stopping by. We have got more information right now. /newslinks.
Normally when you do sip on things, you tend to spend a little bit more, so malls really encourage some of that. Just do that before you go shopping, right? Coming up, we're tracking our next weather maker. In fact, speaking of shopping at malls, this Sunday may be the perfect day for it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your Friday forecast, too. That's coming up after the break.
Data shows that car thefts are on the rise. Coming up next, we'll look at newly obtained surveillance video that shows just how quickly someone can become the victim of a carjacking. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back. It is Friday, December 8th, also the first full day of Hanukkah. I'm Shannon Lilly.
And I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, we need to find out exactly what it's going to be like if you're celebrating Hanukkah and you light that second candle tonight.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for check out the forecast.
It's perfect that today on our Fox 45 Foodie Fun Friday that we had latkes in here from Emma, but
and
next hour we're going to have more latkes in here as well.
Show us how to make them.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's going to be the real deal. So excited about that. Good morning to all of you. As we take a look outside right now, we've got not a bad shot. I mean, we still have some clouds hanging around at this time, and we're still chilly as you make your way outside on your Friday morning. We're going to get to 57 today. That's going to be much warmer than we've been the last couple of afternoons, and we do expect to see a lot more sunshine as well. Not only today, but tomorrow will be in the upper 50s and Sunday in the 60s. However, that does come with rain and even some heavy rain at times. More of a spring-like storm as opposed to a winter storm coming in on Sunday, and we'll tell you what that means coming up in a few minutes from right now.
From Baltimore City to the county, reports of young people stealing cars still pouring into our newsroom.
This week, Fox 45 News learned 4 teens were arrested after an armed carjacking in Druid Hill Park. Police tell us the driver was working for a rideshare company, and the suspects used the app to call the driver before assaulting him and stealing his car. Last month, an 18-year-old from Pennsylvania was murdered during a Facebook marketplace meeting in Baltimore. Police say the 18-year-old seller of the car shot and killed the teen who didn't want to buy it. The U.S. Marshals Service says deputies are getting more involved in tracking down young people wanted for violent crimes.
But whenever there's a situation where the person is presenting a threat to public safety, where their crimes directly influence people's decisions whether they want to leave the house or not, something has to be done, and that's why the United States Marshals Service is involved. We want to work with our local partners to take these violent individuals off the street, regardless of their age.
Well, in Baltimore, yet another shocking carjacking that's caught on camera. This is just a portion of it right here. It shows what appears to be 2 carjackers ambushing a man who was just backing into his driveway. Olivia Dance joining us live now with how the number of crimes and calls for change have yet to lead to a plan from our lawmakers to address this problem. She has the full video for us. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, and this carjacking caught on camera actually happened in Senate President Bill Ferguson's district, who says that he's confident in state lawmakers' ability to address problems like this. But details on a crime plan haven't been released yet.
What's very clear to me is we're going to fix this problem. Right now, we've got to send the message that to be very, very clear to young people, this can't continue. This will not continue.
So let's take a look at this new video, which shows how fast someone can have their car stolen from them. A South Baltimore man is seen pulling into his driveway. Carjackers are ready and waiting for an opportunity to strike. A red car blocks the driver in and puts what looks like a gun up to the window. Another person pulls the driver out of the car, and in just seconds, the 2 suspects drive away, leaving the victim distraught. Fox 45 News dug into the data from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. In District 46, from 2022 to now, car thefts increased 166%. But in Ferguson's Patterson Park neighborhood, car thefts are up more than 380%. So as crime seems to be skyrocketing, we're all anxiously waiting to see how lawmakers will address it. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore City has seen more than 11,000 car thefts and carjackings this year. Police say juveniles are responsible for about 38% of those thefts. 2/3 are referred to the Department of Juvenile Services, but only 5% of those children end up serving time in a DJS facility. This morning, a Dundalk community is demanding more from police. It comes as they are waiting on arrests to be made following 4 carjackings in the span of 24 hours. Over the course of the week, police received multiple calls for carjackings in Dundalk. Residents say they are stunned that these crimes are happening in their own neighborhood.
Almost like the city is a virus. It almost seems like the city's getting bored and they're starting to just come out into the county.
Another high-profile carjacking in Baltimore County happening just last week, where a woman tells us, and you can see her face right here, the 2 kids carjacked her at gunpoint just steps from her home in Rosedale, and she says the suspects left her with that black eye.
I just want to be safe in my own neighborhood, and right now I don't feel safe. I don't know. We want to stay here, and we're staying here as long as we can, but we may consider moving.
In Anne Arundel County last week, police say a woman was the victim of an armed carjacking that happened in a parking lot of a store right along Arundel Mills Circle. Police say 2 suspects threatened that woman with a gun before getting away in her car. And then in August, the left side of your screen right there, Fox 45 News obtaining surveillance video showing teenagers as they were running away after police say they assaulted a woman, tried to take her keys, but were not successful. Police say those teenagers, there were 5 or 6 of them, were from Baltimore City.
From the Live Center this morning, Hunter Biden, the son of the sitting president of the United States, is now facing up to 17 years in prison. That is if he's convicted on all charges in that sweeping federal tax investigation. The indictment includes 9 criminal charges ranging from a failure to file and pay taxes, evasion of assessment, and even a false or fraudulent tax return charge. Now, prosecutors say the charges come after Hunter failed to pay at least $1.4 million in self-assessed federal taxes between 2016 and 2019. They say he had the money to pay, and in fact, they say he made $7 million during that time span through various business ventures. Now, we hope to get you to a live look as this morning the White House has no comment on the charges. They're referring back to Hunter's team. Hunter's lawyer quickly releasing a statement. It reads in part, quote, "The U.S. attorney has piled on 9 new charges when he had agreed just months ago to resolve this matter with a pair of misdemeanors," end quote. Now, the lawyer is likely referring to the highly criticized plea deal related to gun charges that fell apart over the summer. Hunter Biden is also already facing criminal charges in Delaware related to a gun purchase. His attorney says charges in the 2 cases would never have been brought if his client's last name was anything other than Biden. We'll continue to follow this for you and track any new developments from the Live Center.
Coming up, the Biden administration is looking at canceling some patents for drug companies. Why they're looking at this change and what it can mean for drug prices and you. That's in our next hour. We're looking at a bit of a warm-up this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on your Weather Authority forecast and the 7, possibly even later on, the 10-day forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Welcome back. Our next weather maker as we look at the bank, and it is fine now and dry, but will be quite wet once we get into Sunday. Even if you're tailgating Sunday morning, you'll start to see those showers and then more of that rain through the middle of the game and into the afternoon. So on your out the door cast today, you're good to go. Just a jacket and sunglasses required, but no need for the umbrella. And you can see over the next couple of hours, numbers steadily climbing into the 40s here through about 10 o'clock and into the low to mid 50s as we head later into the afternoon.
All right, it is time to open up the next gift in our countdown to Christmas giveaway. What does it sound like?
I don't know, but there's lots of multiple parts in there. I'll say that.
All right, let's see. I guess we're just going to get into this.
Open this
Rip
up.
it open.
Once we open this up, then you call. We'll put the number up on the screen here in just a little bit.
Tom, I feel like this. Do you like pickleball?
I do, yeah, I like it. Now, this is the kids' version, so it's perfect for a Christmas gift. But pickleball, my goodness, fastest growing sport right here. This pickleball
Really
set is from Witchitude. Set's worth $100, can be purchased at Witchitude. Watchitude or Witchitude? Did I just change that name right there?
See everything.
Witchitude.com. Yeah, so look at that. Shen's getting them out. You've got how many paddles?
Let's see.
Oh, you get the net and everything.
Yeah, this is a good gift.
That's
oh
really
my
cool.
goodness. And now
Pickleball
is your
anywhere.
time to call in. The number is on your screen, 410-469-8308. Caller number 10 right now gets to take home this gift, and you do not want to miss it.
That's a good one. Pickleball's a lot of
Tom
fun.
might just take
Get out
it.
of the kitchen. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's a great gift right there.
All right, get calling. Coming up, we are looking at your pigskin predictions. Stick around for all the matchups and who we think is going to win this NFL weekend.
And coming up, a surplus of Americans are working overtime this holiday season. Why we're seeing this increase in work hours, and we'll explain it in the next hour. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning. Breaking news, just coming in our newsroom, U.S. employers added 199,000 jobs in November. The unemployment rate has also fallen, which signals a still sturdy labor market.
She is an author, business owner, champion of Baltimore. What she is not is a champion in pigskin. She is not going to beat me. See how I came out with that?
I see.
Author of the new book, That Part, What Some Know But Won't Tell You About Motherhood, Deion Joyner Weaves, is my challenger for this week's pigskin.
Let's go.
I just had to put it out there.
Let's keep putting it out there. What's next?
You know I love you. All right, Los Angeles Rams at Baltimore Ravens.
That's easy.
That's easy.
I am all things be more. Lamar, what's the one with the blonde at the top?
OBJ.
OBJ. Y'all keep doing it, guys. It's yours.
There you go.
It's yours.
So I'm guessing that means she's going with the Ravens. As am I. All right.
Okay.
Indianapolis Colts at Cincinnati Bengals. What do you say about this one?
These two teams are fighting to stay in the wild card contention.
What you reading over there?
Shush. So, because these two teams, did y'all hear that? The wild card contention. I'm gonna go with the Colts. Thank you, Calvin Coates, for my information.
Okay, well, Calvin is good. He's good on this one. I mean, the Colts are doing well. The Bengals, they had that upset win last week, even without Joe Burrow. So.
I don't know what she's talking about.
So you're going.
It's just, he said Colts.
Let me see.
It's going to be the Colts.
You said Colts?
Yeah.
Or Bengals?
Colts.
You said Colts. Oh, I thought you were going with the Bengals.
No.
I'm going to go with the Bengals then. So this one is between me, you, and Calvin. Calvin, I don't know who you are, Calvin, but all right. How about this one? Jacksonville Jaguars at Cleveland Browns.
Now, from what I know, I want to send my regards out to Trevor Lawrence with the high ankle sprain.
Yes.
So because of that,
pretty gruesome.
It's bad. So, but did you know that Joe Flacco is with the Browns?
Did you know? Is the question.
I actually did not know.
That's the question.
So I'm going to go with Flacco.
Just the nostalgia's sake.
Because you're going to have to say Baltimore. So
there you go. All right. I'm going with the Browns, too. I like that reasoning. All right. Buffalo Bills at Kansas City Chiefs. Let me tell you what I'm going to go with on this one. They both are trying. Yes, this is Mahomes. They're both trying to make it to the playoffs. So this is a must-win for both of these teams. But because it is Mahomes and because it's in Kansas City, I'm going with the Chiefs.
Okay, so my guy told me that the Bills needed more. My son told me the Mahomes guy all the time. So,
so who do you go with in this one?
Calvin, you know I love you, but that part,
right? I was going to say she's got a whole book about it. So you're going with Mahomes.
Yes, I am. Kansas City, go ahead and do your thing.
All right, and so final one, Sunday night game of the week, and we're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles versus the Cowboys. I hate to go with Cowboys because their fans talk so much trash, but so do Eagles. Actually, that is what my timeline is. Eagles people and Cowboys people. I think I'm going with Cowboys, though.
I need for y'all to recognize my Uncle Ricky. I think you've heard about my Uncle Ricky.
I have.
He is a big Cowboys fan. So guess what? It's Cowboys all the way. I love you, Ricky. Mwah.
All right, so we differed on one game. It's all going to come down to that.
Dang.
You're going to owe me lunch if
Okay.
Okay,
all
got
right.
it?
I
The
can
deal?
do that.
All right. Share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Go to my Facebook page and leave me a post. Gotta love it.
All right, it is 8:49. Time to get a check of the forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast. And, of course, we were just talking about Ravens Sunday. We need to find out how many covers we're going to need to carry with us and layers possibly.
Umbrellas.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing, Tom and Shannon, good morning. You know, you think, it's December and we'd have to layer up on a December game. That's not going to be the case because our temps are going to be in the lower 60s for a lot of us on Sunday afternoon. So it'll be more of a mild rain. The layers you'll need are the ponchos, the Ravens rain gear, umbrellas if you're hanging out there, maybe getting one of those, the tents if you're doing the tailgate thing. So either way, that's what we're talking about with our next weather maker. Now, as for our Towson camera, these clouds are still being pesky and I'm annoyed. Just move on, man. Come on. Let's go. Let's get some sun here. That's what we're looking for later this afternoon. I thought we'd get a little bit more sun yesterday. Didn't quite happen. 35 your number in Towson right now. Really no wind to speak of. Golfers, if you want to get out there today, you're not going to have to deal with as much wind and temperatures that'll be a little bit milder. Today and tomorrow are going to be the days to do the stuff outdoors, like if you want to play some golf or just, maybe you got to run around and do things outside for the holidays. Low to mid 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs. Cockeysville and Hunt Valley at 54. Same number there, Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, over through Perry Hall and White Marsh. Meanwhile, Howard and Anne Arundel counties in the mid 50s as well for Ellicott City and Elkridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. 55 your temp in Severna Park. Now, speaking of the game on Sunday, this is what we're talking about. Kickoff at 1 o'clock as the Rams will be in town. And look at those numbers, staying in the 60s for most of the game. It's just that rain that we've got to deal with. This is one of our weather models here. This is our future scan, and it's kind of hard to see the little red lines there, but we're not talking about a lot of wind. This is Friday afternoon, and look at that. We should see more sunshine. Now, when you look at Saturday, you look at the cloud cover coming in, and that wind picks up a little bit more. Watch what happens as we get into Sunday morning. This is about 9, 10 o'clock in the morning until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's right when we're going to start to see the game kick off, and then those showers move through between about 1 and 4 p.m. So tailgating actually may be dry, but during the game and after the game, it's wet. And then the heavy rain comes about 8 or 9 o'clock on Sunday night. We're talking about a decent amount, a good soaking rain that's going to be with us through most of the overnight into early Monday morning. And then look what happens. Look at that little blue, that kind of purple mixing in with the yellow and the green. That is that colder air trying to bring us kind of a wintry mix early Monday morning. So we could wake up with some slick roads. We really don't think there's going to be any accumulation because it will be so warm on the ground on Sunday. So that's not what we're looking at, but it'll just be potentially some impacts for your Monday morning commute. But by Monday afternoon, that is all out of here and the wind is going to pick up and dry us out. So here's that 7-day forecast, 50s and yes, even 60s by Sunday, but the 40s are right back with us early next week. And we do stay dry through next Thursday.
Well, on Sunday, we know the Ravens are taking on the LA Rams here in Baltimore. If you are not going to the game, you can watch all the action right here on Fox 45. Pre-game coverage begins at 11 a.m. Kickoff follows at 1 p.m. This is Baltimore's first game in 2 weeks since last week was a bye.
Coming up, some Baltimore locals are opening up storefront to help Baltimore youth. It's all about the brick and mortar and what an international star is doing for the city. He's live with us in the next hour.
Coming up, the president is looking at canceling patents for certain high-cost drugs. Why he's looking at the change and what it could mean for consumers, that's after the break. And speaking of drugs, it's time for our caffeine fix.
I was wanted to know where you're going with that. Yeah, drug, I guess, is a caffeine. Caffeine is a drug. All right, there you go. And it's very addicting.
I'm addicted, yeah.
All right, let's just take a coffee break. 8:56 on this Friday morning in your morning business report. The Biden administration could cancel patents from certain pharmaceutical companies if their drug prices go too high. A new plan from the administration could give the government the ability to override patents on high-priced prescription drugs. The administration did not name any specific drugs that could be targeted. Others argue this is overreach. Pharmaceutical industry experts say the new plan will likely make companies think twice before pricing their products and may stunt some research into other products.
Most Americans are working overtime to help pay for the holiday season. Recent data from Empower's report shows that out of 1,000 people surveyed, 31% are working extra hours or taking side work to afford holiday purchases. 74% say inflation is affecting their spending. Inflation could be the reason why some bonuses will look different this year. A new survey from the Freedom Economy Index found that 42% of small business owners say they can't afford to give out bonuses this year like they usually do, while 28% say they'll be giving smaller ones. Business owners blame stubborn inflation. And now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
There is nothing more frustrating than when you want to take a photo and your phone says, storage full, and it always happens at the most inconvenient times. I was just at my godson's wedding and I took hundreds of photos. If I had had the Click Free Pro, I would have loaded them onto this and gifted him one of these as a keepsake of his special day. And the Click Free Pro can store thousands of photos and videos while fitting easily in your hand. You know, other storage options they're bulky, they're expensive, and sometimes you need other accessories to work with different devices. Well, this has a port. Look at this. Look how easily that went in for each device. So you can use it with your laptop or your tablet. It's light and it's a great deal. The Click Free app, this is really cool, allows you to scan old photos so they don't sit on a shelf or a box anymore. And also, this is really cool. I love this little carrying case. It's cute. They come in lots of different colors, just perfect. Right now, we are offering 50% off. Did you hear what I said? Get this, 50% off on the Click Free Pro. So I want you to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. And believe me, these are going to go very, very quickly.
Starting today, the light rail service here in Baltimore is suspended. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what happened, and I'll tell you about the alternate transportation that's now being offered.
And we are following new details this morning about a fire at a business in Reisterstown.
Tracking temperatures that are chilly right now, but definitely some warmer numbers on the way, and our next weather maker as well. It's all coming up right now. Good Day Baltimore starts now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Thank you for joining us here at Fox 45 Morning News, looking at your Fox 45 menorah as today marks the second day of Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah to all those who celebrate, and thanks for tuning in.
Well, it is Friday, December 8th. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's go ahead and jump in with the forecast because we're getting more sun today, which is
more sun today.
Good news.
Yeah, more rain later on, I think. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here to explain.
Yeah, I'm not really listening to you guys because I've got latkes on my mind. Hi.
Blame you.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. I can't wait. Okay, we talked about Hanukkah. We're excited about that. So that's coming up a little bit later this hour. Good morning, Taylor and Shannon. I was kind of listening. Our temperatures right now are still chilly. In fact, look outside right now. We have that sun trying to break through some of that cloud cover as we are zoomed into the bank. Of course, the game on Sunday afternoon right here on Fox 45. So you don't want to worry about any of that rain or anything like that. You just watch it right here from the comfort of your own home. 35 in Cumberland right now, 36 in Hagerstown. We've made it to the lower 40s in Westminster and Baltimore down through Annapolis, and 34 currently in Bel Air. So on your day planner, those temps climbing in the mid to upper 50s. So those numbers definitely warmer than what we saw over the last couple of days, about 12 degrees warmer than yesterday. We're back with your full forecast. We'll track that rain and let you know exactly what to expect for the rest of the weekend.
December 8th, service on our light rail system will be suspended. We recognize that this is a critical transit service, and this is not a decision that we've taken lightly.
Today, light rail service will be temporarily suspended here in Baltimore, and now commuters are voicing concerns over having to get to and from to work.
Olivia Dance joins us live with a look at how a light rail fire that happened months ago is halting transportation today. Olivia?
Yeah, Shannon, that's right. Today is the first day that the light rail service is suspended, and it's still unknown how long it will be shut down, impacting people trying to get to work today, and then also fans who are going to the Ravens game on Sunday who would usually get off at this Hamburg Street station right here. You can see how close it is to M&T Bank Stadium. Now, we've seen people show up to this station all morning who didn't realize that the train was shut down. There's only about 2 signs here and occasional announcements over the speakers just reminding riders of this suspension. So to give you some background, in the past 4 months, administrators say that heavy smoke consumed 3 light rail vehicles, and then in October, another vehicle exploded in fire. Administrators admit that previous inspections did not identify the scope of the problem, and during this shutdown, the MTA will inspect all 53 of its light rail vehicles.
We've done some visual inspections and have determined over the weekend that, again, it's a more systemic issue than what we thought, and that's where we need to pull the cars from service so we can inspect all the rail cars as quickly as possible.
News of the shutdown broke just hours after transportation officials announced $3.3 billion in budget cuts over the next 5 years. Senator Corey McCray questioning the cuts in a statement that reads in part, quote, "This news further exasperates the fact that we need to invest more in our public transit system due to failing infrastructure instead of taking away from it. I question why an issue that transportation officials classified as a known problem was not caught much earlier and resolved during a routine inspection," end quote. Many longtime riders are also reacting, some hardly surprised by the problems with the 30-year-old fleet. I also spoke with a rider who showed up at this station this morning not knowing that it was shut down.
Yeah, definitely try to find another situation to get to work. Other than that, can't do anything else.
Somebody's not doing their job. I mean, that it get this raggy.
I mean, every month, train breaking down, trees and stuff falling on the tracks, and all that kind of stuff. And people, I mean, people getting tired of it.
This is major. This is major. It's going to stop a lot of people from going to any job.
Another look here at one of 2 signs reminding people of this suspension until further notice. Also starting today, the MTA will offer free shuttle buses along the light rail route, but they admit that the bus will take a lot longer than the train to reach your destination. Shannon, back to you.
So, Olivia, have you seen any buses? And if so, how many people are using them?
So, Shannon, we haven't seen any buses yet, but it is important to note that the bus stop for this particular station is actually a couple blocks away from here on the other side of the stadium. But you can find all of the information about each bus stop on the MTA's website. When I was on that website, though, I didn't see any information about how often these shuttle buses were running or when they're going to be stopping at each one of these bus stops. And it's also, again, important to note that all morning we've been seeing people come here to this train station, A, not knowing that the train was shut down, and B, not knowing where they can find these shuttle buses. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Wow, Olivia, thank you so much. Well, new this morning, Baltimore County fire crews continue to investigate what caused a fire at the Reisterstown Lumber Company.
Now, the Baltimore County Fire Department says no one was injured, thankfully, but the fire remains under investigation as crews are on the scene for this extensive overhaul. But we want to note the lumber yard will be open for business today.
I don't think I've ever seen us divided like this.
Baltimore City Council members are at odds after members vote no once again on a resolution condemning hate from the Israel-Hamas war. It comes 3 days after a failed vote on a different resolution to support Israel. Keep in mind, these are the 4 members that abstained from the vote here, saying the council needs to condemn all forms of hate, not just anti-Semitism. Those members brought their own resolution to the table last night, condemning atrocities from both sides in this war. But once again, it was not enough to pass in the council.
And these were some tense moments witnessed at that city council meeting. And now council members are just trying to move forward, going about the business of the city, seemingly, though, with a wedge between them. In fact, one council member, Felicia Porter here, was visibly emotional after saying her life was actually threatened after voting against the initial resolution earlier this week. She and the other 3 council members who abstained from voting on that resolution Monday night brought forward a new resolution with a different message condemning both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
We will not be silent. There have been many people in the city of Baltimore that have experienced hate, Jewish and also Islamic.
This resolution says to release hostages that are being held in Israel. I've never heard that before. The first time I've ever seen that was in this resolution.
Councilman Schleifer there pointing out, quote, factual errors in the new resolution. He sponsored the initial bill, which called to condemn the Hamas terrorist attack and anti-Semitism. In the end, both his bill and this new resolution were struck down. Last night's vote, 7-5 against it. And then this from Council President Nick Mosby.
It's disgraceful that we're having this discussion today. We could have easily done like we've done before, supported our colleague, and come back and had unanimous support for some of the concerns that have been addressed today. And if my family member was in the Middle East or in the middle of East Baltimore, I would want you to stand up with me. That's why I voted yes, and that's why I'm voting no on this. This is not who we are.
So that was a rare publicly seen admonishment of some council members over their actions. Now council members are just trying to move forward.
Well, after last night's vote, Councilman Scheifler spoke with FOX45 News. He called the whole ordeal surrounding these resolutions disappointing.
We never believed that that would be controversial. I mean, the Jewish community has always stood alongside other communities fighting hate anytime it's appeared anywhere. And we're going to continue to do so, but it is very painful and hurtful that the first resolution that's ever failed on the city council was one that was as simple as condemning anti-Semitism and condemning terrorism.
Stay with FOX45 News as we follow this developing story. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. All right, it is 9:08. We need to get another check on the traffic and weather.
All right, sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Looks a lot grayer behind you than we saw earlier this morning.
Well, it's these clouds that have been kind of hanging around, loitering is what I like to say. It's like that uncle that sticks around after the holidays. Like, yeah. Really, Larry, you're not leaving yet? I mean, don't you have to go back to Idaho? So anyway, here's our look right now. You can see from that Towson camera underneath the clouds, though, that sun is expected to come out a little bit more, especially as we head into the afternoon. 30s and 40s are where we are right now. 41 in Baltimore, 37 Essex and Middle River, 36 Glen Burnie and Pasadena, Elk Ridge in at 38. It's actually just a bit warmer than where we were 24 hours ago, just by about 4 or 5 degrees. Either way, still need a jacket now, but later this afternoon, maybe just a light jacket. So 57 for our high today, milder afternoon, temperatures above average, and the sun will be up until 4:44 tonight. Those daylight hours shrinking. Back with your full forecast. We'll obviously track that rain for Sunday's game and anything else you're doing over the weekend. We'll let you know exactly what to expect.
All right, now to the Lens Solar Traffic Network. We are looking at a road closure on US 1 going northbound near Waterloo Road. Now, our cameras here can't quite show it. Elsewhere, traffic is moving smoothly, though. The big bad birds of Baltimore are back at the bank this weekend, taking on the Rams, where you can catch the game, as well as a look at the rest of the Ravens season.
And new skate shop opening up in Baltimore. You can meet the owner behind the project and how they're helping local kids in our area. This morning in the nation's capital, potential movement on a possible bipartisan deal to address immigration at the southern border. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joins us live from Capitol Hill with the negotiations underway. Who's leading them right now, Atra?
Hey, good morning, Taylor. We're learning Republican Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma, a top negotiator in these talks, is getting ready to present Democrats with a new proposal on border security later today. Now, the back and forth in these talks has been kept pretty confidential. It's typical with high-stakes negotiations in Congress, but we'll be watching for any reaction from Democrats if they think there's a real path to compromise in what Lankford presents them. Now, as we've been reporting, even though this is a fight over immigration and border policy, the stakes are the most urgent for Ukraine, because Republicans insist on making renewed aid for Ukraine conditional on addressing the border. Now, the White House Office of Management and Budget says that by the end of this month, they will have exhausted the funds and their leeway that Congress has approved for Ukraine. And without more, Russia will have an upper hand. And, you know, I think this speaks to the urgency of the situation. This morning, we're learning that Russian President Vladimir Putin is announcing he is seeking another term, which he's pretty certain to quote unquote win. Of course, Russia is not exactly a true democracy. Now, something we're watching for as time runs out is if President Biden directly gets involved with these closed door border talks. And if he does, of course, would it be effective?
Another question we have this morning, we're getting more information about a rocket attack at a U.S. embassy in Baghdad. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is still a fluid situation as far as confirmed information goes, but U.S. and Iraqi officials say that this attack on the heavily protected U.S. embassy in Baghdad only caused minor damage. There are no casualties, according to U.S. officials, but they also say that no group as of now has claimed responsibility, though there are early indications it was carried out by an Iran-aligned militia. Now, this is the first attack on this specific embassy since the start of the Israel-Hamas war, but according to the U.S. military, 78 attacks have been carried out against American facilities in Iraq and Syria in the last few weeks.
Wow. Okay. We'll be following this. Thank you, Atra.
All right, it is 9:15. Time to get another check on the forecast.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with our Friday forecast.
Yeah, Friday is looking good. And so Saturday, ladies, we're talking about a little bit less cloud cover and more sun. We're already seeing that kind of here. It still kind of feels chilly and kind of damp out there. But the good news is no rain for today or tomorrow. But then Sunday, that's the next weather maker. And that is what we're tracking, letting you know exactly what's going on. Pretty strong system actually coming through on Sunday afternoon into the evening time. But let's talk about right now. 41, your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of and no rain. That's what Diana Ross said. So here's a look at our Reisterstown shot, 45 by 10 a.m. as we take you into the later part of the day in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We'll get to the mid to upper 50s, and even in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, still hanging on to some 50s before or right as the sun goes down this evening. So your Friday night plans should be good to go. Low to mid and upper 50s for Bel Air and Cockeysville, over to Chestertown on the Eastern Shore, 52 in Annapolis today, mid 50s in Columbia and Laurel, and right at 57 in Baltimore and D.C. If you are heading down to the ocean, looking at 54 in Ocean City, almost 60 in Richmond today. So should be a good day to flying with my buddy Eric up there in the flying club. So we're looking at VFR conditions, visual flight rules. Might go down to Richmond today. I don't know. All right, now flying Sunday, yeah, not going to be the thing. Hopefully the Ravens are flying high and taking the victory against the Rams, but got a lot of rain and wind that they'll have to deal with on the field, and you'll have to deal with if you're going to the game. The temperatures, however, are actually going to be in the 60s, so it's kind of odd for December to see numbers like this, especially on a Sunday afternoon in December. Think when snow, more than likely, right? Not the case today or for the weekend. All right, so here's our future scan. This is 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon. Nice, dry conditions. Tomorrow, we'll get those clouds rolling back in, but our temps are still going to stay a little bit more on the milder side. Now let's fast forward to Sunday. This is right around 1 o'clock. So the first half of Sunday should be dry, but the wind is going to pick up. You'll see those clouds rolling in. And then between about 1 and 4, which is obviously game time, that's when the rain showers will be here. Kind of that steady, moderate rain. The heavier rain doesn't come till about 8 or 9 o'clock on Sunday night. With that, wind, potential for some thunderstorms as well. And then as this dynamic system kind of moves over the area as we're sleeping Sunday night into Monday morning, we have that potential of that colder air mixing in with some of that precip by early Monday morning. So it could be some slick conditions. That commute might be a little dicey on Monday. But notice that 7, 8, 9 o'clock Monday morning and into the afternoon, we're dry, and all that is out of here. Shout out to CJ Curtis. Sent this picture in from Shady Side. Good morning to Bailey. Bailey, and Bailey's looking good. Watching the TV right there, or actually in front of the TV and the Christmas tree, and the stockings are hung by the chimney with care. So thank you, CJ, for sending that picture in. Love those holiday pet pics. Keep them coming. JC Chambers at FOX.Baltimore.com. I have not seen a Hanukkah pet pic yet, so that's your task. Get those pet pics to me. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. 50s and even 60s through Sunday, but only upper 40s on Monday and Tuesday next week. So definitely back down to December-like numbers.
Well, Baltimore locals are opening up their creative minds into a store to help Baltimore's youth. Joining us this morning to talk about this new store opening up right in the Inner Harbor, we have pro skater Joey Jett and former college football player Alan Coy. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
I am doing great. So tell us about this idea. How did it come about? When did you guys decide to make a store?
So basically, I met Coy at Breakfast and Boards, which helps our nonprofit Be More Escape project. And from there, the first event we had, only one person showed up, but we still believed in the vision. And it's crazy because I told him just 1 year ago, I'm like, we need to collab maybe on a shirt. And now we're collabing on a whole store.
Oh,
and it feels like it's just crazy feeling.
Yeah, full circle moment.
That is a full circle moment. So what are you guys selling?
So right here we have pants, jumpsuits, sweatshirts, even shoes, skateboards. We have even bags, signs.
Apparel available as well.
Yeah, stuff for the kids. Because our nonprofit is for the kids, and that's what our main mission was when we met, was to help kids in the inner city start skateboarding. Because skateboarding has such like a positive impact, I feel like, on the community and our lives just in general. So that's like our main mission.
The community building is at the base of both of our brands. That's kind of why we link up so well together.
Yeah, so how does this store in particular help Baltimore's youth?
So our proceeds from here go directly to our nonprofits. As Joey mentioned, his is a Be More Escape project, and mine is IGI Baltimore, Improving Gifted Intellect. We've been running mentorship programs in Baltimore City since 2017. Education is at the forefront of what we believe in and what we feel is going to, cause a turnaround in the city.
Guys, yeah, and everything we've done for our, of course, and everything we've done for our projects I've put endless amount of time and even money out of my pockets to help, and same with Coy. So we've just decided to put our creative side and try to help it out even more.
So this store, it's called A Coy Story. Where exactly, I know it's in the Inner Harbor, where exactly are you guys though?
Harbor Place, the Light Street Pavilion. The address is 301 Light Street.
And you're open now, or it's starting this weekend?
Yes, this weekend will be open 12 to 5, Saturday and Sunday.
All right, guys, thank you so much. That's incredible. Joey and Alan, thanks again.
Thank you. Of course, thanks for having us.
On this second day of Hanukkah, we will learn how to make a tasty traditional Jewish snack that's going to make your mouth water just ahead.
And here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. In today's hometown hotspot, we are taking our sleighs to Annapolis to check out all of the holiday festivities happening there now. It's 9:22. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, in case you're not aware, Santa is making a pit stop this year. Him and his crew are at the Westfield Mall.
Live in person, and we're talking with Santa's merrymaker elves, along with the marketing director for Westfield Mall, Morgan McLeod. Good morning.
Good morning, elves. I'm Joelle Jinglebell, and this is my friend Scotty Sparkle Cane. We're down here in the Westfield Annapolis Mall in Santopolis, a magical holiday experience. We're here to welcome all the elves, all the children, and the families for a wonderful holiday time. No pebble has been left unturned. The candy canes are aplenty. The milkshakes are flowing. Prancer and Rudolph are in the window watching guard, and we've got magical windows that make it snow inside, but it's warm like a glass of hot cocoa. We're here with the big man himself, if you'd like to say good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas to all.
Magical experience.
And we look forward to seeing you here at Westfield Annapolis Mall.
Okay, so tell us a little bit more about Santopolis.
Oh, well, Santopolis is where you can come and you can get your pictures taken with Santa here at the Westfield Annapolis Mall. And I've got a special deal for all you elves at home watching right now. If you come in next Monday through Thursday and mention FOX45, you'll get $5 off your Santa picture package. So make those reservations now.
Ooh, get in there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting.
So merrymaker
I also
elves,
wanted to
what
say,
are their jobs?
if you can't... Oh, our jobs. Well, thanks for asking. I'm actually the head reindeer wrangler up at the North Pole, so I make sure that Rudolph and Prancer and Dancer are all ready to go. How about you, Joelle?
Well, normally I work in the candy cane factory for candy canes for the children as well as canes for our elderly friends for their balance. But this whole week from now until Christmas Eve, I'll be here in Santopolis making sure we have plenty of fun and activities, interactive ones for our kids while we wait for a photo with the big man.
All right. Well, we will meet you out at Santopolis. Thanks for joining us this morning here on Fox 45 Morning News.
So merry and bright. I love it. Well, for more information, you can go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We will see warmer temperatures today and tomorrow, but what can we expect for Sunday's Ravens game? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is breaking it all down for us, coming up in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Data shows that car thefts are on the rise. Coming up next, we'll look at newly obtained video that shows just how quickly someone can become the victim of a carjacking. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
And it's going to be a good one, Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Now, the elves were getting us all in the mood there at Westfield Mall. They had a lot more energy. Seems like Santa was just getting warmed up, or maybe it's because he's been so busy this time of year. He was just kind of chill, where the elves were.
Right.
Ooh, they were bringing it.
We'll give him a pass until Christmas Day, right?
Yeah, that's when he's really got to work.
Yeah. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, let's look at our forecast. He's really been working.
Yeah, 17 days until Christmas, which means, I guess, 16 days until the big guy's busy, right? All night on the 24th and in the 25th.
Nonstop.
Yeah, nonstop. Yeah, I can't wait to do that Santa tracker. Man, that's like 2 weeks away. Holy cow. Okay, now let's talk about temperatures. There is our live shot. Obviously, zoomed in a little bit to the bank, and we are seeing the steam that's rising, the sun and the clouds kind of mixed in. We will see more sunshine as we head later into the day today. Man, I hope, because I'm tired of all the cloud cover. Maybe you are too. But again, temperatures back above average for today, and we're tracking that rain for Sunday. That's the next weather maker. So we're going to have the potential for some heavy rain, even some thunderstorms potentially that could impact that Ravens home game. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, mid to upper 40s. So make sure to layer up. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
From Baltimore City to the county, reports of young people stealing cars is pouring into our newsroom.
Yeah, this week, Fox 45 News learned 4 teens were arrested after an armed carjacking that happened in Druid Hill Park. Police telling us the driver was working for a rideshare company, and the suspects used the app to call the driver before assaulting him and eventually stealing his car.
Well, last month, an 18-year-old from Pennsylvania was murdered during a Facebook market meeting in Baltimore. Now, police say the 18-year-old seller of a car shot and killed a teen who just didn't want to buy that vehicle. The U.S. Marshal Service says deputies are getting involved in trying to track down young people wanted for violent crimes.
Whenever there's a situation where the person is presenting a threat to public safety, where their crimes directly influence people's decisions whether they want to leave the house or not, something has to be done, and that's why the United States Marshal Service is involved. We want to work with our local partners to take these violent individuals off the street, regardless of their age.
Well, in Baltimore, yet another shocking carjacking caught on camera. It shows what appears to be 4 carjackers ambushing a man pulling into his driveway. You see 2 of them will get out of the vehicle. Somebody's still in there driving it.
Yeah, Olivia Dance joins us live now with the number of crimes and the calls for change that have yet to lead to concrete plans from lawmakers. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, this carjacking caught on camera actually happened in Senate President Bill Ferguson's district, and he says that he's confident in lawmakers' ability to address problems like this, but details on a crime plan haven't been released yet.
What's very clear to me is we're going to fix this problem. Right now, we've got to send the message that to be very, very clear to young people, this can't continue. This will not continue.
So let's take a look at this new video, which shows just how fast someone can have their car stolen from them. A South Baltimore man is seen pulling into his driveway. Carjackers are ready and waiting for an opportunity to strike. A red car blocks the driver in and puts what looks like a gun up to the window. Another person pulls the driver out of the car, and in just seconds, the 2 suspects drive away, leaving the victim distraught. Now, Fox 45 News dug into the data from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. In District 46, from 2022 to now, car thefts increased 166%. But in Ferguson's Patterson Park neighborhood, car thefts are up more than 380%. So as crime seems to be skyrocketing, we're all anxiously waiting to see how lawmakers will address it. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, Baltimore's seen more than 11,000 car thefts and carjackings this year. Police say juveniles are responsible for about 38% of those thefts, and 2/3 are referred to the Department of Juvenile Services. Yet only 5% of those children end up serving time in a DJS facility.
This morning, a Dundalk community demanding more from police. It comes as they are waiting on arrests to be made following 4 carjackings in a span of 24 hours. Over the course of a week, police receiving multiple cars for carjackings in Dundalk. Residents say they're stunned these crimes are happening in their neighborhood.
Almost like the city is a virus. It almost seems like the city's getting bored and they're starting to just come out into the county.
Well, House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson are two of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you feel like you're not being heard about car thefts or anything else, go ahead and contact them. Their phone numbers and email addresses are listed right there on your screen.
A major shakeup sending shockwaves through the world of professional golf.
Shannon Lilly joins us from the Live Center with the big move. Shannon.
This is big news. Former world #1 and two-time Masters champion Jon Rahm is reportedly heading to the Saudi-backed Live Golf Tour. The blockbuster deal could reportedly pay him as much as $500 million. As a professional on the PGA Tour, Rahm earned about $77 million, but he continues saying the decision was not about the money. The Saudi-backed Live Tour has been criticized by some players over its funding from groups that have been accused of human rights abuses. Despite all of that, the PGA is in talks with Live about becoming partners, but a deadline to finalize that deal is at the end of the month. But we want to take a look at the reaction from the golf world. We have Kevin Na here tweeting, "Welcome to Live Golf." We have Live Golf itself tweeting here, growing the game together, Jon Rahm, and then a statement here from Jon Rahm. "I believe in the growth of the game of golf, and if I can reach a bigger audience, it would be amazing, and I do believe this process will help me to do that." We have Bryson DeChambeau here. Amazing to have Jon Rahm join Live. So happy for him and his family. Excited to compete with you once again, my man, and continue to play with the best players in the world. Bubba Watson here. Excited to see Jon Rahm out here on Live. Happy for you and your family. Looking forward to seeing you around and playing beside all of us. So much excitement this morning. And remember, you can watch Live Golf on the CW Baltimore. That is the latest, though, from our Live Center.
Well, that's right. The Ravens and the Rams go head-to-head right here in Baltimore. And if you're not going to go to the game, that's cool. You can watch the whole thing right here on Fox 45. Pre-game coverage starts at 11 a.m. right after the morning newscast. And then at 1 p.m., there's kickoff. Now, this is Baltimore's first game in 2 weeks since last week was a bye week. The key for the Ravens is staying focused on what's in front of them right now.
Well, we are done with the giveaways today, but keep watching Fox 45 every weekday morning up until Christmas for your chance to win one of the gifts from underneath our tree.
And can we please get a round of applause for our pet of the week? Take a look at this cutie. How you can help this cutie in studio. You'll see next. Find his forever home. You're watching Fox 45. Well, it is Friday, and you know what that means. It's time for some wagging tails and furry faces in our Pet of the Week segment. Good morning. Thank you, Chris. Say it one more time. Shimaleski. And we've got London and the Maryland SPCA. You guys are trying to help London get a forever home here, and it can't be difficult.
No, so London's a little puppy. She's about 4 months old. She was surrendered to us a few days ago, but she's available for adoption. So if you're looking for a little furry friend, come on down and say hi.
Oh, not my toes, London. And so tell us a bit more about London. She was surrendered. She potty trained. How is she around?
She has a history
kids?
of being house trained, but just like with any animal that you're adopting, give them some time to be acclimated into a new environment. There might be some accidents, but she does have that history of being house trained.
And she's really friendly. Can I have a paw, London? Can I have a paw? No, but she'll work on it. She'll be good at it in a few months. But so she does have a history of being house trained. She was surrendered, and she has a lot of energy. So is she good with a family that maybe has kids, or would you prefer her with?
So we're recommending her to go to a home if they have children, older children, just because she does have some strength to her and she has all that extra energy. So no small children, but she could definitely go to a home with some bigger kids.
Any health complications you're aware of?
No health complications. She is healthy and happy.
Oh, and she is happy. Look at her. Well, London is definitely going to probably go pretty quickly. A great Christmas present if someone wants to have a forever home for Miss London here. And we're going to go ahead and, if I don't grab her first. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thanks for having us.
All right, we're looking at warmer temperatures today expected this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking your next weather maker. That's just ahead after the break.
We're getting busy in the kitchen, and you won't want to miss how we learn how to cook a traditional Jewish favorite. Yeah, London's excited about it too. You don't want to miss this. You ready to go over there, London?
It's a good luck.
Several years of steady calls to defund the police in major cities all across the country have been followed by an alarming rise in violent crime, and that's creating some backlash.
Well, that's the subject of a cover story on Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson this week, and she's here with a preview. What can you expect, Cheryl?
Well, we will be in Atlanta to report on the growing national movement to refund the police, but that's not without controversy. For example, in Atlanta, they're building a giant new police training facility, but critics are calling it Cop City, and they're fighting tooth and nail, even resorting to violence to try to keep it from opening. Meantime, many residents of crime-ridden cities are trying to find ways to stem the violence and restore peace to their city streets and neighborhoods. We'll cover the ongoing debate on Full Measure Sunday.
Yeah, a lot of protests out of Atlanta. Also, Cheryl, a new report uncovers a surprising source of anti-Semitism on American college campuses. What can you tell us about that?
Well, this past week, some university presidents were called in to testify before Congress about what seems to be growing anti-Semitism and Jewish hate on some campuses. Many found their answers to be lacking. On Full Measure Sunday, we're going to follow the money to an important source: foreign donations to colleges and universities that some say are fueling this anti-Jewish sentiment.
Well, you can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here on Fox 45. It airs on Sunday, 10 a.m., again at 11 p.m. And for behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, look up the podcast, Full Measure After Hours, wherever you listen to podcasts.
We're going to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for us on this Friday, and we are heading into it's Purple Friday, heading into a purple rainy Sunday.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's why you had that next weather animation, guys, talking about that next weather maker. Today and tomorrow, no issues. In fact, finally seeing a little bit more of that sunshine, which is definitely a welcome sight considering all the cloud cover that we've had around for the last couple of days. Definitely feeling like December. Now, our temperatures are still hanging out in the lower 40s, so all in all, not too bad, but we do expect these numbers to go up into the 50s by the time we head into the afternoon. So golfers, if you do want to get a round in today or tomorrow, those are going to be the days, not on Sunday, as that rain is going to roll in the morning and will be with us really through the afternoon and into the evening time as well. In terms of your high temperatures, typically this time of year, right about 50 degrees is where we are. We'll be in the low to mid 50s for Reisterstown over to Cockeysville and Towson, 57 in Baltimore City, 54 in Dundalk and Eldersburg for your high this afternoon. Numbers in Harford and Cecil counties, a lot of lower 50s for Bel Air and Aberdeen up in the northeast. Elkton, my friends there in Cecil County, you're at 52 for your high today. And up and down the 95 corridor, a little bit warmer to the south, almost 60 in Richmond this afternoon with mid 50s down to Ocean City, but a little cooler as you head north, especially for New York and Philly for this afternoon. All right, your temperature tracker numbers are going to be in the 50s and mid 60s on Saturday and Sunday. So even with the rain, those numbers are going to be climbing. But by next week, those numbers drop significantly. Will only be in the upper 40s. So that colder air is coming right back in just in time for the Ravens game. Now, it is not going to be a cold, wet day, but it'll be a mild, wet day. It'll almost feel kind of tropical or even spring-like. The wind is going to be picking up, and our temperatures will stay in the upper 50s and a few lower 60s as well. Kickoff, halftime, final. Just plan for that rain gear and have it ready to go, or watch it right here on Fox 45 as we'll have the Ravens for you this week. They're not back at home until New Year's Eve. All right, so here's that future scan. We have that the southerly flow today. That's what's going to bring us more of the sunshine and milder temperatures. Tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover. That's ahead of the next weather maker that's rolling in, and you can actually see that right there on the left side of your screen starting to come in by 9, 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. It's going to overspread the area with moderate rainfall, not until the later part of the afternoon. So just kind of a steady light rain for most of the game here. But again, after about 5, 6 p.m., we're really going to see the heaviest rain. It'll be kind of about 8 o'clock at night on Sunday. And then in the overnight hours, look at all of the yellows there with that area of low pressure right on top of us. As that slides to the north and the east overnight into early Monday morning, could see some colder air mixing in. And that could bring a little bit of a wintry mix for some areas here in Baltimore and the central Maryland region. And that means our commute might be a little bit messy on Monday morning. But by the time we get to Monday afternoon, all this is rolling out of here, and we'll have the wind, but those colder temperatures back behind it. So breezy and cooler on Monday after our mild-ish weekend. Numbers stay in the upper 40s here, both Monday and Tuesday. Finally back to the lower 50s as we get into Wednesday and Thursday later into next week. And now I get to talk about food. I did all the weather stuff. Now I get to talk about food. I'm here with my friends from Eddie's at Roland Park. Hanukkah in full swing was showing off a classic dish with a twist. Eddie's catering manager, Amy Simon, is here. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I've got a bunch of energy, and I want to eat some latkes. Is that okay?
Well, I've got plenty to serve you.
Now, you're talking about the latke toppings. Let's just start real quick. For the folks at home, what is a latke?
Latke is a potato pancake. It is one of the traditional foods for Hanukkah.
Yeah.
And we're in the midst of Hanukkah.
Right.
Yesterday was the first night of Hanukkah.
Yeah.
So we have 7 more nights to celebrate.
So 7 more nights to eat latkes. Just
now it's
bring 'em
very
in.
labor intensive to make latkes.
Okay,
You
well,
take
show
your
me what's going on.
potatoes
Yeah.
And you grate it, and of course that's always worth getting a couple knuckles in there.
Got to really get in there.
And then you got to work quickly because the potatoes will oxidize and turn a little blue. So
yeah.
to make it even easier, you just buy the latkes from Eddie's.
And then what about the toppings? What are they? I mean, I know sour cream, that's what you instantly think of, but what you got some really cool toppings here.
The traditional sour cream and applesauce. This is Eddie's European applesauce. And you eat the latkes with that. But if you really want to kick it up a notch.
I do.
And have, because you've got 8 days to celebrate.
Absolutely, yeah.
You can make it into a really elegant hors d'oeuvre. And what I have here are different toppings. I have smoked salmon.
Yeah.
I have caviar. I have tapenade from our olive bar.
Now, keep that camera sliding over here. Yeah, look at this one, guys. This is the one we want to show because this is the one that has all the fun things.
I have pomegranate arrows. And
pomegranate on a latke?
And put a little honey. And then the newest thing is Mama Fuco's Chili Crunch.
Whoa. What the heck is that?
Mama Fuco's Chili Crunch. We have it in our grocery section.
All right.
It's the hottest condiment right now. No pun intended. It's hot.
Okay. I mean, Eddie's has been around for 80 years. How are you guys celebrating Hanukkah this year?
Why not put it on a latke?
Yeah.
And I put that on a latke with a little bit of Hunn's honey. And you've got a different selection, you know, it's more fun to eat.
Yeah.
It's a different flavor panel.
Now, do you guys sell them like this, or do you have to do the toppings and the latkes
We sell
separate?
them in an 8-pack.
Okay.
And all you have to do is just warm them up. You don't need to start with the grating, and you don't have to
mess with any of that.
Right.
Can I try the one with the salmon?
Go for it.
All right, I'm going to try the salmon latke. So that's salmon and cream cheese, or no, sour cream.
It's sour cream. This is our chive and onion sour cream that you can get from Eddie's. Eddie's is located, just so everybody knows,
tell 'em. I'm eating.
6213 North Charles Street in Towson and 5113 Roland Avenue in the city.
Roland Park, yeah.
Roland Park. And,
that's my one that I like to go to.
We have...
This is really good, by the way.
That is great. That is great. And we also have our Hanukkah menu on our Charm to Table. And this little booklet is our menu through the holidays.
For the whole holiday season.
This will take you through Hanukkah.
Because even if you're not doing Hanukkah and you're doing other holidays.
We had Thanksgiving, take you through Hanukkah.
Perfect.
It'll take you through Christmas, Kwanzaa,
New Year's.
And New Year's.
I love it. Thank you, Amy, for being here. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
I'm going to finish my latke, and then I've got to do the 10-day forecast, which we're going to do in a few minutes if I don't get back from eating this.
Enjoy that bite.
I'm going to. Here goes bite 2. All right, 57 today and tomorrow on your 10-day forecast, 64 on Sunday. So that's going to be the mildest day, but obviously the rain, that next weather maker that we're tracking for the Ravens game. And then breezy and colder next week. Notice those numbers in the 40s and 50s and then into the lower 50s by next weekend. I know Tom's talking about food, and so there's a 10-day forecast for you. You can get more at foxbaltimore.com.
Laka or Lockkeys.
Yeah, so how do you say it, Amy? Is it?
Either way, Lockkeys or Lakas, but be sure to contact Eddie's, and you can see our menu on eddiesofrolandpark.com.
Eddie's or Edie's, whichever way you pronounce it.
In Roland Park.
What do you guys think? I mean, I already ate mine. Are you enjoying it?
Labor of love.
The Lot Cake Capital. All right.
And you can order them online.
Look at that. All right, that's good stuff. You can actually eat this because you're allergic to so many
I'm
things.
allergic to everything, but this
is delicious.
Go for applesauce.
Oh, applesauce. Nice. All right.
Yes,
Hey, I hope
what
everybody
should I
has a
have?
great day. Happy Hanukkah. Happy holidays.
Go Ravens Sunday.
Go Ravens.
Ravens.
Right here. We're back tomorrow morning and Sunday morning and then Monday morning.
You're back with me.